Welcome, everybody, to the Relentless Undead. I'm your host, Robert. And today, I'm going to be jumping back in to Vampyr. So, yeah, let's get right into that. For sure, this one. Yeah, that one's like... Just want to make sure I was getting the right game. Nice, Tams. I didn't even know that was one of the ones that you're doing. Cool. Tammy was telling me that one of her emotes got approved. It was a drinking horn. Skull. I said that was so lackluster on purpose. Okay, so what am I doing? Okay. Yeah, it's only been 3 to 4 weeks, yeah. Oh, yeah, right. I'm trying to find that guy. That's how you run. Okay. Okay, just remembering how to play the game. So how's everyone else doing? I think Tammy's the only one that's in here, but that's okay. Just trying to make conversation. Hey guys.
You're all going to die down here.
You heard the lady. The small child. You're all gonna die down here.
This could be the public house Giselle Paxton mentioned. I should investigate further.
Spoils of War has been updated. Okay. Okay. What is Spoils of War? Ah. So it is a quest. I'll be doing all those quests. At some point. More experience. The more experience, theoretically, stronger I get, obviously. Hoping for more items, but what can you do, right? Oh, that's the building I was looking for. Okay. I heard some mousey mouse. No, don't see any mousey mice. I was just gonna eat one so I had the my health properly situated.
It's
So that's the way we
right.
eventually come back.
That doesn't work. So that's it. These wheels control the water level.
Okay. Why am I increasing the water level? Brought lots of food and drinks. You brought lots of food and drink to work? That's good. Lots of things to snack on. Nice throat. It's got a little like tingle in it. Or you guys could probably hear me try to clear it occasionally. Yeah, it makes sense, Tam. She can't have salt, so... Well, she wasn't tasting it, obviously. But she can't have salt, so yeah, it would make sense that it needs something like that. And because she wasn't tasting it, it makes sense that it's not seasoned. My sister made dinner for Friday, or like an Easter dinner, but the food that she made, she can't actually taste.
That gate should shut properly now.
One, because she didn't actually like the food that she was cooking. It was actually for someone else. And two, my sister's on a very strict diet. So. Oh, here we go. Make sure I didn't miss anything before just going into that area. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it, so I'll accept it as there was nothing there. There was definitely a vampire there. I heard him chewing on something and then he got scared and teleported away. Also, there was nothing in that container. Okay. That's fun. Okay. There's another teleportation of him.
This is despicable.
Oh, I never healed. How do I heal again? None of those. There we go. That's how you do it. I see it now. Here, mousey, mousey, mousey. It's actually a rat.
I can't believe I'm
back.
doing this.
My blood is back, so now I am fine. Oh, you just jumped down. Okay. That fell in a really weird spot. Koshka brought me your toy. I literally threw it and landed on top of
These maggots have escaped the wrath of Ascalon for too long. It is time to purge the sewers of their filth.
You again. The one they call the sewer dog.
Hold your tongue, newborn, or I'll crush you like a maggot.
You've let the beast consume you.
Finally, a touch of lucidity. You'll learn to Respect the laws of Ascalon.
Oh, okay. Ow, ow. Yep, that's not great. Okay, teleport. There we go. Heal. Heal. Heal? Oh, I had to wait for them. Why did we switch guns? There we go. Wow, he just messed me up pretty bad. Oh, heal. Heal a little more.
Power you cannot comprehend.
You know what? Let's try the gun. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, okay. Hey, that's cheating. Hey, that's cheating. Oh, you dick.
Tear them apart and spill my blood to the pissing wells. Down, stay down. I shall crush you. Answer the crushes up.
Heal myself. Oh, I wanted to turn and shoot him, but that didn't work. I can go. Not like it's that hard to hit on like an easier difficulty. I didn't throw it, sweetie. It's on top of your box. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Koshka. Okay, so there's one way out. I just need some blood now. Yeah, that's the only way out. Okay. Okay. Oh, what's this?
At
Question?
least one skull escaped Fergal's wrath.
Oh. Yes, but will it escape my hunger? Yeah, let's go with hunger. Oh. Which way am I supposed to go? Because I want to go the opposite of the correct path. Okay, I think this is the incorrect path. At least that part is. See, there's quite a bit there. I don't know. Ooh. Or did that just bypass something? I don't know. I always hate that when there's multiple paths somewhere. It's like, which one's the correct path and which one's not? Nothing's there, right? Like I didn't just like miss something. No. Okay, it looked like it was just a
How
possibly a
could we have made it
bypass.
this far? There's blood everywhere.
Like, yeah, I think this is just. I could have jumped up here instead of going around. Okay.
Safe we are, still. Drink now.
Bless you, Bridget.
This isn't the blood of a vampire, but it will quench your thirst.
Hi. I forgot about this.
This is our domain, not yours. You've been warned.
Wait, I saved you from this creature. That must count for something.
Thank you. Now go. Go back to the streets and houses. There is no love lost between us, vampire. But thank you.
Please, who are you? I sense your sadness.
If you must know, they call me Old Bridget. And this shelter is where we live.
I'm Jonathan Reed. I'm a newborn Ekon. I'm afraid I'm not sure what's going on.
I shall not bend a knee, young Ekon, but I sense your pain. Ask, and I will afford you my attention.
So was it you that Sean Hampton sent me to find?
Perhaps. The sad saint was always kind to us. He must trust you if he revealed our location.
Sean is a skull. All those I've encountered have been violent, crazed creatures. How can he be any different?
Maybe because he is the sad saint. Or perhaps because I am Old Bridget of the Sewer Skulls.
Sean killed a patient of mine. And that's just one of the murders he's being hunted for.
If you refer to Harriet, she is now among us and under our protection.
Harriet Jones is alive. That's it. That's the proof Sean wanted me to find. I must talk to her.
No. Harriet is not alive. But you can speak to her. I must warn you. She is fragile and may not receive you warmly.
I don't understand.
She is filled with bile and hate. Her mind is sharp as a tack, but her body is so weak. I've never seen its like before. She is resting in a room on the far right of this hideout.
Thank you. I will bear that in mind.
Which goes back to the concept that where the whole beginning of one of the other things. I think it was the last stream. There's this whole thing where basically a vampire cannot become a vampire. Just by merely biting them, you have to give them your blood. Which is why I think this is like a mixture of vampirism plus the Spanish flu.
Eternal gratitude for your protection, Master. Old Bridget says you are one to trust.
So yeah, that's kind of like a weird thing. Here, Mercy. Get your red ass in my mouth.
I have this thirst for blood.
Ascalon has stalked us for ages upon ages. Your spell is enticing. So sweet of blood.
Yeah. Yeah, we learned in one of the episodes that the vampirism can only be given to someone through blood. Like, not just them getting bitten, but you have to also drink from the vampire. I honestly think that one of the things is that at least here, that the Spanish flu, which was also going through. Yes, put it in my rat hole. Put your rat ass into my rat hole. But yeah. When you bite someone, you actually give them the vampirism. Yeah, I definitely still need 3 of those one part, which kind of sucks. Oh, I have a interesting gun there. I didn't even realize I had this gun. Cool. Pretty sure I was going with this gun because I had stun. I guess the other gun does have stun too. Just this does also a lot more damage. But yeah, we will see if that's the case. I've never actually fully beaten this game. I've gotten past this. There's definitely a part where I will tell you guys when I get to it that I've never beaten it. I wish that it would be easier to find treasure with your ability. These guys are all unknown, so I'm pretty sure they're useless. As in, they mean nothing. Well, I made one more coin. Not what I wanted to do, but... I don't mind making coins, but just one? Come on. I missed the stairs there. Dude, take it inside. Hey, it's you.
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Don't you know this is a quarantine zone?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating the epidemic. You had better get to a safe place while you still can.
Oh, really? Well, go investigate somewhere else and leave me be.
I beg your pardon?
I said go. Leave me alone, sir.
Rodney, you're the man who killed that gang member, are you not? Is that why you are hiding in this godforsaken place?
Yes, I did. I did not even know his name.
Then why did you kill him?
That arsehole always mocked me for the color of my skin. Usually I let it go. But not that night. We fought. He died.
Whatever you've done, you can't spend the rest of your life hiding here.
I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Not kill him. I'm not responsible for a murder if I didn't want to commit it. It was an accident.
Believe me, Rodney, you won't survive here long. No matter what you did, you must go back to where you used to live.
I'll go back to the docks then. But if I die, remember that the blood of Rodney Grader will be on your hands.
Okay. Play that quest. I'll do the other quest in a bit. I just wanted to make sure that was unlocked. I almost got 1,000. I think I got 1,000 experience since going down here. Since streaming. Okay, so let's go over here to this side of the docks and see if there's... Oh, yeah, there's definitely stuff over there. Stuff to collect is what I was going to say, but... I found stuff to collect. Okay, let's go talk to the girl. Before I talk to her... Grab that quest. Okay. Okay, that didn't actually work. Or maybe it did, I don't know. Yeah, well, let's talk to her.
Harriet, do you recognize me?
Yes, you were from the Pembroke Hospital. The young doctor. So full of secrets.
I have so many questions I need to ask you, Harriet. If you would.
I love questions. As for the answers, you may not like them.
How do you feel?
I can't see. I can't move. My body's burning. I feel as if I'm dying over and over again.
Have you tried to eat or drink something?
People here tried to feed me, but I'm just not hungry. I don't have the strength.
Does the pain ever stop?
It is not pain I feel. It's like I can't stop feeling every inch of my body. But at the same time, each muscle and bone is the wrong place.
Your room, the blood. What brought you to fake your death in such a gruesome fashion?
To see if I would be mourned.
Why flee with Sean Hampton?
Oh, it's always a pleasure to see a saint fall to sin. But the coward still won't kill.
Do you take pleasure in causing so much pain and sorrow?
Nobody gave a damn about me. Not a tear shed. Poor Harriet. Always the discarded.
Why did you come here?
And why not? This is where I live now. Leave me be.
Will you respect old Bridget's wishes? Will you obey her?
Bridget is kind. She only needs to keep me fed and I'll be good.
So you desire
But you're not
to stay
eating.
here?
Yes, I'm with my own kind. Birds of a feather, so to speak. Poor Harriet. Always alone.
And Tammy bragging about the fact that she got rid of my echo.
I have a question of the utmost importance to ask. Will you answer?
Questions, questions, questions. The good doctor, always searching for answers.
Do you remember what you did after leaving the hospital? Did you kill anyone?
First, a question from me. You answer first.
Very well then. What do you want to know?
Are you like me? Are you also dead?
We are similar, but not the same, Harriet.
I like what I am. I truly do. I relish the pain that courses through me.
I know you fled the hospital with Sean Hampton. Did you or Sean kill anyone in your flight? Anyone? Try and remember.
I will not lie. I wanted blood, and I wanted revenge, and Sean pulled me from it, brought me here instead. But the shadows heard my prayers. The shadows killed that bastard.
Who was that man? The one murdered in the street?
He used to be my landlord. I lived here for many years before falling ill. Oh, he was an awful man. Disgusting and cruel. So cruel.
You sought vengeance by your own hand, and someone else obliged you. Very convenient. Don't lie to me.
I don't lie. I saw him near the docks, and rightly I wished him dead. And I am happy he is. It's true. But I didn't kill him. I was too tired.
Shadows? Tell me what you saw.
The shadows, they heard me and answered. Something in the deep darkness. Quick, deadly. It asked me if I wanted revenge. I answered, yes.
And these shadows, this presence, do you still hear it? Was it a vampire? Did Sean see it?
It spoke only to me. And now it is silent, but it is born of hatred. And it will kill again. And it hates you, Doctor. Oh, it hates you.
What makes you say that?
It whispered your name, Dr. Reed. It wanted to know who you were and where you went.
Questions about me? What did you say?
Nothing, Doctor. I said nothing. There was nothing it didn't already know. Oh, I'm tired now. Let me rest.
Have you found the answers you were looking for, young Ekon?
There is too much left unanswered. So many questions.
Get to know us, spend time with us, and I may be willing to answer more questions.
Why do you live here, amongst the filth and vermin?
Live. Here we hide.
What are you hiding from?
From the guilt, the shame, from the hunters and the light. And of course, our past.
Why don't you leave the city? Hide somewhere far from the Guard of Priwen, the Ascalon Club.
We are the Sewer Skulls. This is our domain. We have run as far as we can, and now we hide.
Your diction, your words. You do not carry yourself like most Skulls I've encountered.
True. I'm not like most skulls.
You were once someone else. What happened to you?
It is as sad as it is long, young Ekon, but it will remain mine.
Can I be of service to you?
We ask but one thing. Reveal to no one our secrets. Do not betray us.
For how long have you been in hiding here?
Skulls have been hiding under London since vampires first entered the city.
Where did you hide before the sewers?
We claimed ancient tunnels, forgotten caverns, catacombs. We are skulls, groveling beneath the feet of our makers.
What manner of creature is Harriet? She is different from everyone else.
I really don't know. I'm not even certain she is a skull. I've no idea as to what blood made her.
What is a skull, in fact, in your honest opinion?
The progeny of a vampire, disavowed by her maker. Perhaps a fruitless branch of a noble tree. A word used to enslave us. I cannot say.
You mentioned that vampire blood has tremendous potency. You believe it to be stronger than your own?
The vampire's sweet blood. That rich, dark wine that we crave. For it made us, and it can sustain us.
I thank you for your time, madam. I must go back to Hampton now.
Your kindness has been ample payment, Ekon. To protect us, I'll close the access to our hideout, but you can use our shortcut to reach Mr. Hampton's shelter. Just follow the arrows.
Thank you, old Bridget. I hope we'll meet again.
Follow the arrows. Yeah, the fact that she has no clue what she actually is makes sense.
I cannot enter.
Okay, she actually locked that. Oh, I guess that was pointless of me opening that up.
Surprise, motherfucker!
The surprise that the door was locked? It's not really that big of a surprise. It'd be more shitty if, like, she locked the door behind me. And that was, like, the surprise. Okay. Up here, I see an arrow. Oh, wow, I didn't even go up here. Okay. That's locked. And that's the exit. Oh. No? Yeah. Oh, let's try and break that, but it won't let me break that box. Oh, hello.
It's locked, all right.
I think I was face down. Door path there. Nope.
Welcome back, Dr. Reed. Would you like to take communion with me now?
you eating raw flesh?
It is the sacred flesh of the mortal lamb. Our Lord's bountiful transmutation for the sustenance of his believers. Thank you, Lord. I am your most humble servant.
So, true to your word, you waited for my return.
I told you, Dr. Reed, I was a man to be trusted. Did you have words with the poor Harriet?
You make no distinction between the living and the Skulls, do you?
We are God's children, Dr. Reed. One and all. And he's determined to save us.
What will be the result if you continue to assist both Skulls and the living?
For the last decade, that's what's been happening. And they found a better life. What's to change?
You're forgetting the epidemic. Things can go south very quickly. I've seen it.
Oh, these are terrible times. Only those pure of heart shall prevail.
You've turned Skull now. Don't you see the danger to anyone giving you their trust?
We are all sinners, awaiting salvation. This is a simple truth, ordained by the Lord Almighty. I am a seeker of his glorious light.
Does this place belong to you? How can you be so certain you can keep it open?
This warehouse was once property of the Dawson family, but has been bequeathed me through donation.
The Dawsons? The wealthiest family in London? Have they a clue as to what goes on here?
Not at all. The donation was made before the war. The building was run down. I never met Aloysius Dawson myself.
So you have the run of the place and no one's taken notice?
As long as we keep to ourselves, we interest no one. This is a haven, and I pray it remains so for eons to come.
Harriet, Miss Jones has been behaving in a most violent manner. She's going to need special attention.
That's precisely the reason I brought her here. To meet old Bridget. She's the guide Harriet requires.
Who is this old Bridget?
I don't know, Doctor. She rarely speaks of her past, but I know she has a long one. She's likely the oldest soul in the city.
Harriet is possessed by her hatred. You cannot let her roam free. She's dangerous.
She has joined her own kind, Doctor. Old Bridget is a saint to the younger Skulls, guiding them to salvation and peaceful existence.
I believe I've learned all I need to know. I'm certain you've killed no one, but one day I believe you'll cross the line.
Logic is a false prophet. Faith is the only path to salvation.
What do you mean?
We have been blessed with God's eternity. We are the instruments of his divine will. We shall feed the hungry forever and ever. Amen.
I haven't the luxury of being able to satisfy my hunger on staunched blood and lifeless flesh.
Give yourself over to God, Doctor. Expel your urges and kneel before the Lord in praise.
These urges. You know the hunger will never be satisfied.
I've come to embrace the everlasting craving. I have sworn to feed only upon the flesh of the dead. It is now my sacrament. Take, eat. This is my body. So saith the Lord.
I'll spare him for now.
I believe you, Sean. In fact, I envy the peace you found, and will remember it.
There is love and compassion in your heart. You only need to give it wings.
Thank you for your kind words, Sean. Continue your noble efforts. You are a good man in bad times.
If I mess this up, it's okay. I'm not too worried.
Keep to the light, my friend. Like all my flock, you have a home here. Anytime you're in the neighborhood.
Another corpse thrown in the streets. Someone's playing a very sick game. I know this brooch. This is my mother's. A birthday gift from father. "29 Pretty Orchard Street. That's near Poplar's district. Why would this man carry off my mother's brooch? I must go there.
Okay. I know what's going on here as well. Ooh, do I burn them all? Or do I actually put them up?
Please, sir. Come and have a gander.
Alright, look at your stuff, man. Burning it all would just be simpler. Obviously. But by burning it all, am I really accomplishing? Like the mission? Or is it gonna be another one that like fails it or something? I've had that before. It's like I did something. It's like, oh, you failed the mission. You did what we said you could do, but now you failed the mission.
Informing London's inhabitants of the presence of vampires. What does that make me? A double or a triple agent?
Okay. So there's one way down here. Run. Okay.
Done. Mr. Throgmorton should be happy.
Go talk to him now. And then attempt to do the other quest.
Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reed, can I be of any assistance? Have you noticed anything suspicious lately?
No. Personal questions. Ooh, let's wait for that one.
I put up your public service announcement. Consider the common folk warned about the vampiric presence.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You may not realize it, but you saved a great many lives today.
Do you really think they could be useful?
See the sad saint of the East End? How a single man can help so many people? I consider myself the discreet protector of these men and women.
Did you see what happened to him?
Actually, yes. He was thrown from the roof like a vulgar log.
Why is it that you sound so afraid?
You didn't see it. He was dead before he hit the ground. The strength required to do such a thing, well, it beggars belief.
Who could have done that?
Who? Well, a vampire, of course. Look, bite marks on the neck and lacerations here. There is definitely a vampire close by.
Tell me, Ichabod, why do you consider yourself the protector of Sean Hampton's shelter?
He is a truly inspiring example. Dedicated, pious. His shelter is open to all, whoever they are. Most admirable.
You've never faced, let alone killed, a vampire, Ichabod. You're a fraud.
No, I'm not. I may embellish the truth concerning my achievements, but I'm totally dedicated to my quest.
Stop fooling yourself. You've never faced a vampire before. You wouldn't stand a chance.
Well, that's not true, sir. I've already faced one of these creatures.
Oh, really? And you're still alive.
Well, we did not actually fight. I let it go.
What do you mean?
I entered the vampire's den. The stench was terrible. I was ready to kill it. But then I saw it. Just a suffering soul like you and me. I spared her.
Tell me about the vampire you spared.
It was... She was a girl. Her body was a mess. I could see pus running from the deep wound. She was crying in pain.
You cared about her. That's what defines us as human, Ichabod.
Yes, but she was a truly evil creature. I'm haunted by the tragedies she caused ever since I spared her.
Interesting.
Goodbye, and good hunting, Mr. Throckmorton.
Okay. Let's see what I have here now. She's recovering. That's great. She's actually... Oh, because these are missions. What the hell? I haven't even been to this area at all. Okay. Let's go hand in the stolen items and then we'll continue. Quest. I was going to actually jump up to that spot, but he did not let me. He was like, "You want to read this poster instead?" I'm like, "No, not really." It's like, "Okay, read the poster."
Giselle's stolen money. Priwen has some unethical ways of financing their war.
Who's Giselle? Seriously, who's Giselle? Let's go here. Oh, it's actually you. Oh, okay, I know who you are now. Which one of you is Giselle? You.
You again? What do you want?
Here, I was gonna be nice. Personal question. Did you see what happened?
Did you see what just happened?
No, I didn't. And I don't care.
Really? Why is that?
Because this sexist pig is one of the 4 men who blacklisted me. Good riddance, if you ask me.
Okay.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reed.
Did you see what happened?
No. I was coming back to the shelter from work when I heard an awful scream, and there was this man, dead, just in front of the building.
You saw nothing at all?
No. I told you, just that awful woman's scream.
A woman's scream? Are you sure?
Of course. It was terrifying. I thought it was my sister, so I ran. But it was a man I've never seen round here before.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Okay.
You again? What do you want?
I've identified the men who stole from you. You were right. They were members of some self-proclaimed militia.
I knew it! Did you find the money too?
Yes. Here it is. They thought they could finance their activities with it.
I never thought a man like you would be kind enough to... I misjudged you. Badly. Well... Thank you, sir.
Will you give the money back to your comrades, then?
Fuck those bastards who fired me. I'll give the money to Miss Gillingham. Her son Jack was a friend of mine. He was killed recently.
I know you were friends with Miss Gillingham's son, Jack. Tell me about his death.
Jack's murder has been a shock to the neighborhood. A sign that the situation is now out of control.
Why is that?
There has always been tension between the Wet Boot Boys and members of the trade union. But a murder? That's a first.
Who killed him?
No one will ever know. One thing is certain. While Jack was alive, I had one less reason to drink.
That vampire guy is literally the guy in the background, Temps.
Why does that upset you so much?
I wish I had found the time and words to tell him how important he was to me before it was too late. Another failure for Giselle Paxton.
Well, I'll leave you for now.
Okay.
Goodbye.
I'm trying to see if I can get the chat to tell me what time you guys messaged. Because I like when it says the time. But that got removed. And I cannot figure out how to put it back on. Yeah, like he's only like fought one vampire in his entire career, and he actually like let it live because he felt sympathy for her. But then she started killing people, and now he's felt less sympathizing about it. Yeah, it got updated. That's what I'm trying to say. Something updated, and I don't have it. There. I think I found it. So can I do it here as well? Chat appearance. Timestamp. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I just want to make sure I had it because I like that, because then if you say something I can tell, like, oh shoot, I've been missing it for like a couple minutes or whatever. Or I can tell you just messaged it and I haven't missing it. Okay, so I'm done all the side quests. Now I'm just going to continue with the main quest. Nums. Gotta get my snacks in.
Despicable.
Gotta get some takeout.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Yeah, I grab some takeout. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go.
Thirst for
this
blood.
Thirst. Yum, yum, yum. I think my only problem is that I don't think there's a fast travel here in this game. I think I'm actually going to the West End eventually, which is where all those new people are. So, a lot more information I'll be gathering there. Okay. Look at the map, Robert. Okay. Nope. I was trying to zoom in. This button. Okay. So I should have to just exit that door. So I was right there. Oh, right here. That's where it is. Scratch my nose. Wait, I can get into this house now. Pretty sure, anyway.
Good evening, Mrs. Fishburne. May I come in, please?
Of course. Dr. Reed.
Oh, no, alright. Got that one. Okay, never mind.
Please don't stay too long, sir.
Okay.
To every night the darkness.
Let me just check. I'm missing one information about him, her, all the information about him, a bunch of information about her. So yeah, I'm not ready yet. Okay. These two I can kill. Actually, I can't kill him until I get to like 6, but that's okay. Can't kill the vampire hunter until he gets to 4. Okay. I still need more information. Which I'm totally fine with.
Pleasure, sir. Been a while since we've seen any new faces round.
Because, yeah, the concept is I want to try making sure everybody in the area is done. Even though I'm afraid that, like, what's going to happen is, like, one of those people are going to be needed for someone else. In a different district, but... Oh, yeah, okay, I knew I'd teleport. That was weird. No? Won't you jump up there? That's okay. Let's go up here. Okay. Anybody here that wants to fight me? I'll fight you.
29 Pretty Orchard Street. This is it. What's in there for me?
Guy had 16 opium. Jeebus. I also now have 10,000 experience. The moment I go to sleep, I should be pretty strong. Okay. The blood trail starts here, I guess. Goes upstairs.
This window was shattered with violent force. Someone's been pulled through it and dragged through the street. Who could have done that?
Then over here.
I said stay away, sir. There's one.
You didn't say stop anything except for right then.
There's one of them vermin.
Okay. Apparently, you know.
You're surprising. Okay. He's mine! I'll take him! Oh, no!
There, you're dead. You're dead. Okay, cool.
The marks on this woman's neck were made by the fangs of a vampire. This is the very flower my mother tossed on Mary's coffin. Someone is targeting my family.
Interesting, he knows the very flower.
Her shoes and clothes are quite worn out. Only a golden watch in her pockets.
I see you.
Right then. It's a sick game. But given no choice in the matter, I might as well win it.
I don't think winning this is quite the concept here. Oh, okay, where's scores? impressive that I just jumped over that. I've actually been this way before. I remember this path. I came from the other direction, but I do remember this path.
Jonathan.
What was that? I won't let you
The fact
escape.
that she's better than me.
You're very fast, but I'll catch you.
Will you?
They've all been butchered.
Okay.
I can still sense a presence.
Now we're going to go up here. If I can ever find the actual correct path, I'm pretty sure it's this one now.
Come to me.
That'd be another interesting idea. Here's where I basically could not beat.
You! What have you done?
Vicar Larrabee, what happened?
Demon! Hell Scourge! Son of perdition!
Vicar! Jonathan's no demon. He's just a soul. Returned from the dead. Like your Christ, Vicar.
Mary, is it really you?
Oh, it's me, all right. Precious brother.
What is Mother doing here?
I'm gathering the family for a final reunion. All smiling, all dead. Thanks to the good Dr. Reed.
Mary.
Mother, say hello to your son.
Hello, Jonathan.
Mother,
What do we have here, Mother? The prodigal son has lost his tongue. Our Jonathan always had the first and last word at dinner. The entertainer, the star of our show.
I'm sorry. Let me explain.
Shut up. It's my turn to do the talking. I have this nasty hole in my chest, Johnny. It needs to breathe.
Of course. You can speak.
My prayers went so long without an answer. My husband, killed in France. My child, carried away by the flu. My brother promising to return in his letters, then disappearing in thin air. I went from hospital to hospital. Cemetery to cemetery. Grave to grave. I've lifted every stone in London, searching for an end to the nightmare. And there you were. In front of me. On a dark pier.
The hunger had taken me.
The joy to have finally found you. I longed for your arms, a final happy ending to so much tragedy, to tell me all would be well again, as you did when we were children. It was this filthy dock where you greeted your sister. I dug a tunnel from my grave with my fingers and teeth.
Mary. I thought I had murdered you. I tried to end myself. We've been through the same horror.
We are a disease, Jonathan. A sickness that corrupts all it touches. All we kiss, and all we kill. Look at me. admire your ilk.
I'm so sorry.
Apologies will not suffice. I demand reparation. I want a miracle. Are you a miracle worker, Dr. Reed? No? I'll show you mine then. The family Reed, reunited and complete, living forever in a red sea of eternal love. Time to go, Mother. Say hello to my son for me.
Mary, wait. I have made friends with vital knowledge. Vampires. We are not alone, Mary. With time, we can learn to live almost as we lived before.
How long?
What?
How long will this masquerade continue? I've been watching you. All these nights in Whitechapel pretending you're still a doctor. You believe you're just fighting a disease. But it's you, the disease. Jonathan, you!
I'm a scientist. I'll find a solution. Let our mother go, please.
You're always the one to sway me to reason, Jonathan. But before, your motivations were always pure. Now you're tainted.
Let her go! She has no part to play in this.
Very well. Have you heard our good doctor? You can go home, Mother. Go home and rest in peace.
Yes, I'll go home and rest.
It's so easy to make them obey or forget. Puppets for our pleasure. I've seen you have your fun.
You are mad.
Oh, so that's what I am, Doctor. Mad. I was beginning to wonder. I've been hearing these voices in my head. One in particular, that of my dead brother. This is the reason I must kill you. Not for your betrayal. Not for our poisonous kiss. Not even for the lies you tell yourself. No. It's so that smooth and wicked voice will stop ringing in my ear.
Mary. No, don't!
Time to die, brother. And this time for good.
I can never win this battle before. Oh, not what I meant to do. Oh, this is fun.
Kiss me again, sweet. You've burned away Nurse Payne's mind. You're a monster! What have you done? Give me your blood, priest.
Oh, hey, hey.
Final thoughts are just to die for.
I think if I actually kill the priest first. Which is something I forgot about. I can kill the priest instead.
You. Rest in peace, monster. You.
Oh, wow.
Because you spared Sean Hampton, don't expect the same mercy from me.
That was incredible. I was at pretty decent health. But see, that's what I was talking about. It's like doing that with the original way. She just fucking kept like just slaughtering me. I'll probably try eating the priest myself this time.
You killed me, brother! Jonathan, kill him. Revel in your truth.
Okay, she's actually just kicked my ass here.
What have you... Napkin Slayer!
She's also a fucking hypocrite, and I fucking hate her.
You've burned away Nurse Crane's mind. You're a monster! You left me to rot. Rest in peace, monster.
Oh, that was bullshit. I didn't even see those. Come on. Heal myself, please. Thank you.
Assassin! Kiss me again, sweet. Because you spared, sure. Don't expect the same mercy from me. Come to me, Jonathan. Abomination. Well, brother, it's time to bring this conversation to an end. Forever.
You know I will not play this game.
Calm now, Doctor. Like a rabid dog. Or think you're performing an autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous.
I'll kill them all. The kind Dr. Swansea. The sweet little lass with hair of red. I am the Harbinger, bringing your punishment.
Mary.
Don't you see? This is not me. Flesh that never ages. All nightmare, no dream. Bring it to a close. Let me sleep.
I will find a cure, Mary. I swear it.
Then, at last, I can forgive you.
Oh, I am in control of this guy. Yeah, originally I couldn't defeat her. Just I wasn't strong enough. And you can tell kind of by the things that she puts out. That it's like you have to be very careful about how everything goes. So you can die so quickly from her.
Blood. As I shed one last red tear for my fallen sister, I realize the entire world now revolves around this singular word. The epidemic that has stricken London is not the Spanish flu. It is transmitted through the blood, via violent biting, turning survivors into frenzied immortals.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed. I am a vampire, born anew into an age of death and pestilence. While plotting factions close in around me, I am sworn to find the source of this epidemic. I am convinced greater perils are still to come. I know the answers I seek are hiding in our blood.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna take a nap. So I can level myself up. Can't do that yet. That's fine. The bite, I could make the bite heal a little bit more. Okay. I could give myself more health. Could make my thing go a little bit stronger. Okay, so that's the max. Give myself a little bit more blood. And then there for now. Let's go back here. Okay. So, you trade more blood. You trade, okay, I can't remember which one I think. I think it's this one I liked. Because this heals me 200. But then heals me another 300 over time. But costs a lot less than this one, which is 25. So that's the only real difference is this one is easier to cast, but consumes more blood. So theoretically, I would heal more often with this one. Probably shouldn't have increased that one yet, but that's okay. Okay. There, now when I bite someone in combat, I also heal 40% healing, so that's actually also really useful. Yeah, we'll keep going on this one. I also attain more blood. when I bite someone. Okay. It gets a little bit weaker. That's fine. First, I can heal these guys. I just have to now find them. So I need fatigue, fatigue, and fatigue. Okay. Okay. Those 3 guys that have fatigue. Where are they from? Whitechapel. Okay, let's go to Whitechapel then. Let's go to Whitechapel. Pretty sure it's this way. Yep. It was actually the guy that I'm actually looking for right now that actually was the one I needed for what's it called there? I had to have a mouse mice of a certain number. Yeah, I remember it's like the guy that I'm actually coming across here soon. Or was he over here? I can't remember. I know what it looks like if I see it.
Please, sir. It ain't human! Kill it! Oh, shit! You...
Got that. There's nothing else that bunny? That's kind of a shame. Ow! Hey, stop it! Okay. Wow, vampire looks close to you guys and you guys just fucking ignore him. Let's kill you guys first. Yeah, no, he like lived up top or something like that. On top of a building, like a top floor. I remember where he roughly lived. I have to figure out where the fuck that was. Here. Jeez, man, you guys were like this close to a werewolf looking motherfucker, and you guys just are like, nope, we don't see that. But this guy that's in the normal clothing, yeah, he's definitely one of them.
Stupid beast!
That's fun. Yeah, I think it's... No, not down there, but down here maybe.
Stupid newborn! You
Oh!
The vampires are so weak!
Fuck are you?
Your fever!
The fuck was that? Obviously a new vampire. Or a new enemy, but a vampire. Holy shit, I was not expecting that. Oh, there's some of those parts I need though. I don't think those were the exact ones, but ooh-wee. Yeah, this is roughly where I need to be. The guy's like upstairs here. Shadow Acon, huh?
Don't you know better?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's something similar to what those are, but it's not quite those. Sadly. But it means I have to go hunt down more of those shadow guys, because maybe they'll actually have it.
Good evening, sir. It's me again.
Leave me alone, I say, whoever you are.
Let me in.
It cannot be safe for a blind man to live here alone. Let me enter, sir. I swear I mean you no harm.
Well, a voice never lies, and yours clearly is the voice of a gentleman. All right, Doctor, come on in. What kind of gentleman pays visits to people at this late hour?
One who's gonna rub you blind. Okay.
Wandering in this part of town at night, you're either brave or a fool.
Or both.
It's locked.
Don't forget both.
Tell me, how do you see the world these days? So what is the name of my nocturnal visitor?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. As I already explained to you, I'm inquiring about the epidemic.
Dr. Reed?
The eminent surgeon. My God. I'd never have expected a brilliant physician like you to knock on my door.
You flatter me, sir.
No, sir, I am flattered. I read all your work when I still had my sight. I loved it. I'm Mason Swanborough, by the way.
And what else have you learned about me, Mr. Swanborough?
I know you assisted Professor Carell in France, and that you invented a new blood transfusion method based on his work.
Yes. Those were frustrating but exciting days. I loved it.
Yes, the thrill of research and discovery. This is what drives people like us, Dr. Reed. Oh, how I envy you.
Does someone take care of you in this isolated place?
My sister Loretta and I have our daily routine. Every morning and evening she comes by so we can talk and eat. Then she leaves and I stay.
Do you not appreciate your sister's visits?
Loretta is the best and worst thing that happened to me, and I believe she could say the same thing about me.
Where does your sister go?
Well, let's just say, she earns enough money for us both.
What's so amusing about that?
I won't hide the truth from you. Loretta sells a fake miracle elixir to the sick people of Whitechapel.
Okay, I will figure out that information next.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
I hear them hissing and scratching at my door every night. The sick made mad by the fever. But these walls are thick, and my lock is solid.
Do you know Braille, Mr. Swanborough?
I'm no expert, but I learned it in my spare time, yes. Why?
I found a strange document entitled Cure for Blindness. It's written in Braille, so I thought perhaps it was yours.
Really? Is that some kind of sick joke? Let me see.
Here it is.
This letter seems authentic. And it actually refers to an experimental cure for blindness. You have piqued my interest, Dr. Reed.
Could it be of any use to you?
No. This page is just a part of a larger diary. I'd be glad if you could find the other pages.
Okay, let's see. You have a migraine? Oh, yeah.
You seem unwell, sir. Do you need my assistance?
Actually, I feel worse than usual. Can you give me something?
Yes. I can give you a little something that has been proven effective.
Thank you, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Swanborough. I'll leave you now.
What kind of gentleman pays visits to people at this late hour?
Actually, I'll just make sure that
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Then, yeah. Okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Swanborough. I'll leave you now.
Okay, that was actually very beneficial. It gave me an extra thing, information about his sister. So I get to now work on that. Okay. It's fine. There's healthy. You have fatigue.
Some trickery.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's Father Whitaker, my son. So, Are you still lost in your rational delusions?
Tell me the reason why you despise Joseph Larrabee so much, Tobias.
A faithless shepherd is the worst criminal, for he leads his flock to the abyss by disregarding the right path. God smote this man, for he doubted.
I only met him briefly, but he seemed a dedicated man who tried to provide guidance.
Do you not believe in punishment, my son? I am not talking about the law of men. I am talking about judgment from heaven.
I believe that we are, as men, our own judges, juries, and executioners.
Armageddon is upon us, Dr. Reed. The final battle where every soul will be weighed. I'm afraid yours will burn for a long time.
Well, thank you for that.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
Don't you hear the trumpets? The apocalypse is upon us, Dr. Reed. The final battle.
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
Oh, I didn't want to... No.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's Father Whitaker, my son. So, are you still lost in your rational delusions?
Don't you fear getting sick yourself?
Faith gives me all I need, my son. If I must fall, then so be it.
No doubt your faith will prevail, but let me give you some extra protection against the devil's work. Medicine.
Blessed be your generosity, my son.
I have had enough for tonight. Goodbye.
I'm cheap and I'm
You again? What do you want this time?
Let's see if there's anything new from you.
How is the sanitary situation in Whitechapel?
Okay.
I'm not usually scared, but crazy killers and armed patrols are lurking about. My son's right about this place.
Okay, I keep hearing sanitary as in like pooping.
Can I offer you my medical expertise, Mr. Peterson?
Keep your medicines for others.
There is a thin line between pride and stupidity, sir. Please take this medication. You'll feel better.
All right. I'll take it then. It's not like I don't appreciate the gesture.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid. Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you? How are the current conditions in Whitechapel?
When there's more people outside at night than during the day, then you've got to start to worry.
Do you need help, sir?
To be honest, I'd prefer you take a look at my stuff. I'd rather be rich and sick than the contrary.
I don't quite agree, but I won't argue with you. Please, take this. You'll feel better.
Really? Free? Don't take it personally, but charity usually comes at a price. Human nature being what it is.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Actually, let's check out his
Fancy
wares.
buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you? Right then. Show me what you have.
Ah, he does have it. Because that's what I need. Good handle parts. For my sword. I don't know if I need anything else, and I'll figure it out later.
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
How are the conditions in Whitechapel these days?
When I think about all the people who died trying to reach England, it seems we escaped a war just to die on foreign shores, hated by all.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Okay, where's what's his face? Just here a few moments ago. Whatever. I believe that the place to stay is just over here. Okay. There it is. I was like, where's the bench? Okay, so I got all that done. How close am I to getting this? I need one more. Okay, so I do need actually to look for one more part. Okay. And for this one, did it need the tiny ones? It did. Okay. So I could go buy the tiny ones from him. I have enough parts. I might as well upgrade this. I have enough parts. Might as well upgrade this. And it has given me them, so I might as well upgrade this. Ooh, I am actually pretty close. So. More damage. More damage. This is against humans. Ooh. I don't have either one. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Just do more damage. That way if I ever have to switch to it, it just does, what, 135 damage? So. Yeah, lots of damage. Lots of damage output. Next what I'm going to do. Just make sure everything's good here. Yeah. I just have to find this guy and give him headache medication. So I'll make an extra headache medication. Is that literally the only person that's actually sick? Yeah, looks like it. And this is in there, so I'll have to go find him. That's not bad. Okay, so Who the fuck
Good
are
evening,
you?
Mr. Petrescu. What are you doing here?
I could ask you the exact same question, Mr. Doctor. Now leave me alone.
I heard what happened to Nurse Crane. How do you feel, Mr. Petrescu?
Everything was going well until you arrived. Dorothea helped people and will be sorely missed.
I regret it too. I wish she'd continued working at the Pembroke Hospital. She was a good nurse.
So you put an end to the operation. Did you put an end to Dorothea as well?
You seem to have a lot on your chest, sir. What's wrong?
I heard you are a famous surgeon. Tell me, what did you do to Dorothea? She was so bright, so clever. Then you made her an empty shell.
I didn't use drugs or medical trickery, Mr. Petrescu. All I did was talk to Nurse Crane. I promise you.
But what happened to her then? After you left, she did not even recognize me. And then she got careless and sick, and I had to flee.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute
Okay, I forgot that one.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
It's just I'm not sure why it's... Unless there's something in the background that's actually...
What do you plan to do now that Nurse Crane is gone?
Oh, I can't...
What kind of stories?
Stories all Romanian.
I don't care.
You believe...
Yes,
Are you living...
And why not?
What about...
Why? I remember.
How is the sanitary?
Terrible.
Stop. There isn't...
You're...
Okay, so what I'm gonna try doing is seeing if there's like...
Are you not...
down one of these two paths?
Don't be...
Are you in...
Don't be...
Who... You say...
Well...
Tell me...
I do not...
Weird.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu. Good evening, Mr. Petrescu.
Sure.
Goodbye.
Weird. I'll have to go look at that.
My dear.
Loretta, your miraculous formula wouldn't even cure a common cold, and you know it.
The Swanborough's cordial's secret ingredient is hope, Doctor. And it's something people around here really need.
A placebo effect is real and has benefit. But in your case, you could be murdering your customers who may die because they are not receiving the necessary medical attention.
Medical attention? In Whitechapel? Trust me, my cordial is the best option they have, since it is the only one.
If your true purpose was to help, you wouldn't take money from the poor for your snake oil.
Oh, but to pay for it is part of the process, Doctor. If it were free, they wouldn't believe in it.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
When people buy guns instead of medication, it means they have already traded hope for fear in their hearts. In my book, that's never a good thing, Doctor.
I'd like to see what...
Thought I went to go... Oh, I think I went to go buy it and didn't actually buy it. Hold on.
Good evening.
I'd like to see what kind...
Let's see if that was correct. Yeah, okay. Wondering if I could break it down and get something from him.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many.
Okay, is there anything I can loot here?
It's locked, all right.
Wish I knew how to unlock those. Okay. Probably should have came here a little bit sooner. That's okay. Ouch. Well, that sucked. But she was dead. Medical voucher. I can't read the medical voucher, I guess. Yeah, Whitechapel is now going to suffer from this. But not much I can do about it. May have had to come back sooner. I'm not quite sure.
When science fails you, this elixir will...
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid...
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar. A coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
What about those we left behind, face down in the mud? You want to change places with them? You cannot waste your chance at life this way.
It's not that simple. I wouldn't have expected you to understand. I don't even know why I spoke to you in the first place.
Oh, shoot. I wasn't paying attention. About what that just upgrade or update.
How are conditions in Whitechapel these days?
I hear gunshots every night. It's just like the war in the trenches, Doctor. I can't stand it.
Just hold on. Just messaging my wife.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible...
Okay.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
Have conditions improved in Whitechapel?
I'm ready for whatever's coming.
Goodbye, young man.
Let's go... I guess not that way. Let's check the map real fast. Okay, so it wants me to go down here. So up the street and then to the right. Okay, so to the right. Guessing down here. Okay, is this correct? Yeah. Except I can't get locked through there. Probably have to go back to here. Okay. This way? Okay. Okay. Sorry. Getting distracted with actual, like, other things outside of the game. Also, I'm getting hungry. I'll have to grab something to eat here in a second. Okay. Is that the guy I'm looking for? Yes, it is. What are you two doing down here, you weirdos?
It's locked, all right.
What the fuck?
For God's sake. We're still alive and healthy. Can't you be satisfied with being buried in a mass grave for these trivialities? We are not in the middle of a battlefield anymore. Things are different here. In so many ways.
Yeah, I want to spy on the conversation.
I cannot enter.
How do you want me to spy on them then? Oh, over here? Wow. Okay.
Sometimes you act like a real jerk, you know that?
Come on, Ozzy, don't be like that.
What, like what? Like someone who felt betrayed by the man he loves? Did you ever even try to find me? Rescue me?
You know it's not like that. I wanted to. I was so afraid to leave the hospital, not to be seen with you.
We survived this shit together. That's all that matters. I know you did your best.
Close your eyes, guys.
them all! Fuck the war. Fuck them all.
Okay. Well, now you let me in? No.
You still care for this bloody
It's locked.
For God's sake. We're still alive and healthy.
Wait till they're done arguing a little bit more. Maybe the one guy will like actually exit again. There we go. Darn.
Hello again, Mr. Thatcher. Do you feel any better now?
Yes, this neighborhood may stink of dog shit and reek of piss, but to me it smells like the purest mountain air.
Mr. Thatcher, do you have a job?
No. Since I came back from the war, I spent most of my time and energy just trying to forget.
I understand what you mean. I was a soldier too.
No. Nobody can truly understand what I've gone through.
Why were you locked in that sewer? What happened?
I went by the canal after an argument with a friend. Got chased by these fucking wankers and had to barricade myself in, despite my claustrophobia.
Why did you run? What was the reason for your argument?
Newton wanted me to go to a hospital, but I can't stand being closed in. Makes me feel like I'm suffocating.
Tell me about your claustrophobia. Has anyone given you an official diagnosis?
That's what the bloody doctor said. But I don't want to go to a hospital to get checked again. I'll deal with it my own way.
Okay.
Oswald, why did you not go to the Pembroke Hospital to seek medical help?
I don't trust doctors. All they care about was their careers and processes. I won't be locked in any room again by anyone.
Your fear of being trapped is not going to go away by itself. You need professional help.
I've seen enough butchers in white coats to last a lifetime. Hospitals reek of chemicals and death. What I need is fresh air.
Why were you locked in that sewer? What happened?
Okay.
Tell me about your true feelings for Newton.
I love him. I'm not ashamed to say it. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I can't imagine life without him.
Why should you be ashamed?
I'm not, I said. Newton sees it differently.
I admire your honesty. It takes courage to stand up to society. The world needs people like you to create change.
Courage is what we needed in the trenches, looking death in the face every day. I speak plain. I speak my mind.
Have you always been this straightforward?
All I know is, before you saved me by the sewer, my only regret was I wouldn't be able to hold or kiss Newton again. I love him, that's all.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about why you have this fear of being enclosed, Mr. Thatcher?
No, I really don't.
An irrational fear like yours is usually rooted in a specific event. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
Well, Doctor, take a guess then, if you're so interested in my case.
When I rescued you, you expressed joy at seeing the sky again. So I'm inclined to believe you were trapped or buried somehow. Maybe during a shelling.
Jeez, you're good, Doc. You're really good.
Go on, please. Tell me more about it.
Newton and I were trapped in a circulation tunnel after an artillery attack. We were buried alive for several days without ever knowing if we'd be found.
Oswald, tell me about what happened when you were buried in that tunnel with Newton.
It was more than dark. It was black as pitch. Hours seemed like days, and days like months. terror, the shameful thoughts. Lord have mercy.
What you endured was terrifying. It would have completely destroyed weaker men.
It did not destroy Newton.
Shameful thoughts. Tell me about them.
At some point, I don't remember which day, but when I thought we'd never be rescued, that this would be our end, I thought about...
Say it, Mr. Thatcher. If you ever want to heal, you have to say it.
I thought about what I could do to survive, just for a few more days. I thought about killing Newton. Killing and eating him. The man I fucking love.
Yep. So that's all that done?
Are you concerned about the conditions here in London?
Not really. Sick people, men in arms, fighting every night. I already faced all this during the war.
Okay. That was all I need for him.
Try to take care of yourself.
Let's go find his boyfriend. There he is.
Hello again, Mr. Blight. I'm happy to see Mr. Thatcher is safe for now.
I'm eternally grateful, Doctor. We were total strangers and you helped us anyway. Can't thank you enough, sir.
Why do you stay here now that Mr. Thatcher's back?
It's complicated. Since the war, Oswald's been really nervous with the idea of entering any hospital. And me, I've got my own issues.
Can you speak about them?
Rats, sir. Even seeing one, they turn me. Just want to run. It's that fear that stopped me from going after Oswald when he left.
What can you tell me about the war, Mr. Blight? If you want to speak about it, of course.
War was... well, you know, sir. The stench of death everywhere. Your mates lying bleeding in the mud. Just praying to make it through and get home. Bloody nightmare.
Did you know Oswald Thatcher before the war?
No. We met in the battlefield. I think we're in the same boat to France. We've stuck together ever since.
I fought in France, too. I served as a field surgeon, but it was not uncommon to repel an assault, especially at night.
Yeah. The first time I was wounded, I had to protect the infirmary from hostiles. Twice.
You are always welcome at the Pembroke Hospital. As a former officer, I'll be honored to welcome a fellow veteran.
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back to the hospital. I just need to convince him that he needs some help.
Perhaps he needs to reach that decision by himself.
Could you speak to him? He doesn't usually listen to doctors, but perhaps because you've been through it, you can talk him round.
Oh, I have tried.
How do you feel about Oswald Thatcher? You are more than friends, aren't you?
I love him. I love Oswald. We knew we wouldn't survive the war without each other. But I am terrified, Doctor.
What frightens you so much?
What if people find out? Oswald says I'm ashamed, but it ain't that. It's more, well, you know, I never thought I'd love a man.
Okay.
Enjoy your love. And enjoy life as long as you can, Mr. Blight. Don't let anyone tell you who you should love or how you should love them.
I appreciate your kind words, sir. But it ain't that easy.
It is not.
It's also
I
new
get it.
to me.
You and Oswald were buried alive during the war. Tell me about it.
Yeah. It was last summer. A shell hit our trench and we were buried for a week.
Oswald seemed far more traumatized than you by the event.
It wasn't the first time it happened to me. Surviving it again gave me strength. You believe that?
How did you survive for a week?
Luckily for us, there were rations and water in the tunnel. It was an outpost, see? Since then, Oswald's not keen on being inside for too long.
What caused your phobia of rats, Newton?
It happened last year following an artillery attack. I was trapped for 2 days in a hole under 2 dead soldiers. And there were rats.
Go on.
It started eating me as soon as I dozed. Gnawing at my ears, my fingers, lips. I couldn't move. Couldn't call for help.
I see.
No, you don't. You have no idea what it is to wake up buried under bodies. Fucking vermin eating your flesh. Oswald. He found me and saved me.
Are you concerned about the living conditions in the city?
Of course I am. I'll be stuck here for as long as Oswald refuses to go to hospital. And, unfortunately, it seems the violence is rising.
What kind of violence?
I believe people have armed themselves and started to attack those that show signs of contagion.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight. Take care of yourself.
We were supposed to be safe. Oh, what a fucking joke.
Okay. I think it's one of my biggest problems. Did I not give him medicine?
We fought for England, but England won't fight for us.
Good evening.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
No, I apparently didn't.
Do you need medical attention?
Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm grateful for what you've done, but I've never felt comfortable with doctors.
I'm certain you have your reasons. But let me assure you, I'm not like other doctors you may have consulted with.
It is true. You risked your life to save me, after all. It would be impolite to refuse your counsel.
Goodbye, Mr. Thatcher. Try to take care of yourself.
Yeah, no, it's like one of those things where I kind of hate when people are like, oh, you don't understand. It's like, okay, I get that maybe I didn't go through the exact same thing as you, but it's like, you know, by stating I don't understand, you're pretty much stating you don't want to have me teach you, like, not teach you, sorry, like, sympathize with you, to learn with you, like, figure out what you've gone through as well. And if I can't learn what you've gone through, then, you know, you can't really fix the problem. Like, it always kind of feels like that. Like, where it's like, basically, like, because, you know, you don't want, you go with the defense mechanism that you don't understand. That basically, in short, it's more like you don't understand, so I can't be fixed. Because only someone who knows what I've gone through can fix or help or whatever. It's like, but you're limiting it, like. But that's just mine. No, hey, sire. What do you want?
You must prepare, child, for the earth is bleeding and the harvest is upon us.
Stay away, whoever you are.
This is
oh, you mean you're being stupid?
Quarrels, my champion. Can you not hear? The famished queen has awoken.
I am not your champion.
But of course you are, son. As surely as you are the blood of my blood.
I had to kill Mary.
I have known your pain, child. Do not succumb to...
Silence! I dismiss you now!
The land calls for a champion. All and everyone needs you.
Silence! I'm tired of all these puppet shows.
Yeah, the fact that he's ignoring him. Like, that was, like, less riddles than, like, the last couple times, like, I've met him. He was actually being kind of, like, forthcoming. There we go. Okay. Not sure if there's actually anything in those boxes. Hey, buddy.
They want war. I'll show them war.
Whatever this poor woman did, nobody deserves this kind of punishment.
So now I'm in that one district. Yep, you versus me. Just wanted to get rid of the humans first. Well, I didn't get what I wanted. Wanted one of two things and didn't get either one of them. I'm that guy. Just want to upgrade my weapons. More food for you? Yeah, food's always good. Speaking of food, is there anything particular you want for dinner, Tammy? Because I know what I want, but I forgot to grab something from it.
Fuck, he's dead!
I didn't want trigger parts, but I'll take them. There's a lot more fighting happening, which is kind of crappy because, like, I guess I was making fun of them for not attacking each other earlier. I've come to like a realization that maybe I shouldn't have. Stops me from getting as much experience. There we go. Well, my gun should now be maxed. Not sure if that's a good thing or not, but... Seeing how I don't use the gun that often. Oh, going backwards. Though I do want to check this area. Yeah, so is there anything in particular you want? I said there was something I wanted to have for dinner, but I forgot that we were supposed to pick something up, so. We were supposed to do it when we were shopping. I just was like, I think we just skipped that general spot by accident. I was gonna get little potatoes. And I got so much grease and screws, it's not even funny.
It's locked, all right.
Interesting. Oh, I dodged too late. That's okay, he's dead. Okay. No, I don't need a rat.
It's not human.
Okay.
Kill it. Die, vermin!
Dick. Okay, nothing great there. Is this one of the doors I can open? Yeah. Nice. Now I can get to Whitechapel. Is there a box I missed back here? There is. Ooh.
We have to stop it!
Oh, stop. Okay. There. Man. They were giving me so cool stuff like before. Now they're just like giving me crap. Disappointing. Disappointing. Let's go see if this is another door I can open. No, it's not.
I cannot enter.
However, there is a box right here. Which has got more aluminum shards that I don't need. Wait to go down that path. Let's go this way.
It's locked, all right.
Interesting. That's telling me there's a new hideout unlocked. Weird.
It's locked.
It's weird that I can't get that way either. Okay. Grease and screws. You know what I don't need? Probably grease and screws. Also aluminum powder and screws. Or, yeah, aluminum shards. Grease and screws. Yeah.
This is despicable.
Common trigger parts? Eh. You know, that's at least something.
I cannot enter.
Hmm. Oh, hey, another path. Oh, I think this is the same path. Weird. Yeah. Weird that, they reset that back up, despite the fact that no one's there. Okay. This is her house.
This is where she lives. What a splendid house.
Dr. Reed, welcome. How are you?
As good as one can be, considering the circumstances.
Yes. Death and affliction seem prevailing themes of late. Please, come in. We have much to discuss.
I hope I haven't disturbed you.
Not at all. Actually, I was counting on you visiting me tonight.
How strange, this painting. Beautiful, melancholic, yet with a haunting dignity.
Indeed. A long time ago, a friend asked me to paint this for him. But I kept it in the end.
I did not know you were a painter, my lady.
There are many things you do not know about me, young Ekon.
Why do you continue to mock me?
Please excuse my behavior, Jonathan. I tend to tease my friends when uneasy.
What is bothering you, my lady? Your letter was quite alarming.
We will talk about this in a few minutes. For now, I would like you to tell me about yourself. How have you been since we last met, my friend?
My sister Mary, she was made a vampire in the same way I was. She was the one killing all those people everywhere I went.
Vengeance is a powerful force for those betrayed. Made vampire through careless error. Victims by surprise.
I swear I did not intend that. If only I had known then how vampires are created.
That is the scientist speaking. In truth, most of us do not know how it really works.
Now,
Personally, I make sure my prey will not return to haunt me.
What do you mean?
I am merciless, Jonathan. I only feed on the dying, and I make sure they are dead before leaving their remains.
Now you fucking say this. Like, you literally said earlier, like, oh no, it has to be the blood. Like, did the game forget its own rules? Or did she not know what the fuck she was talking about earlier?
In the end, she implored me to put an end to her misery. But still, I felt I had taken her life twice.
I am so sorry for my accidental cruelty. Had I known your dear Mary was still alive, I would never have sent you to pray for her soul in that church.
There is no need to apologize, my lady. Your words have been most helpful in these difficult times.
Thank you, my friend. If only we could have guided your poor sister through her terrible nightmare.
Why are you being difficult? Whatever.
I came to the conclusion that my maker, whoever he might be, must be a powerful vampire. Certainly extremely old.
How have you reached this conclusion?
He is the only immortal I've seen appear in an ethereal form. His voice, his words seemed ancient. It was disturbing.
I am afraid you are right. The simple fact that your blood made Mary such a strong Ekon proves that you must be of ancient lineage.
I felt this power, radiating like an aura every time he appeared.
Most ancestral vampires of England were killed by the Guard of Priwen half a century ago. I wonder who your maker could be.
You have no idea who he could be?
Some of the ancient ones fled England. Some may still be in hiding. All I know is you, my friend, are a pawn in some secret and obscure game of chess.
I think I should ask the questions, your ladyship. After all, it was you who invited me to settle this most urgent of matters.
Fair enough, Jonathan. The situation is critical. We do not have the luxury for etiquette.
Please do not misunderstand me. I would be delighted to discuss mundane matters and idle trivialities.
If we survive the dark nights to come, we shall have all the time in the world to speak, you and I. For now, please follow me, Jonathan.
I must say, your house is exquisite.
One of the advantages of living forever is having the time to be selective with one's furnishings. I took the liberty of having tea served.
You can still drink tea.
Can't keep it down, but I do so enjoy the aroma. Let us toast to make-believe. And of course, to your health, Jonathan.
And to yours, my lady.
Please, call me Elizabeth.
So, my lady, why truly did you invite me here?
I've been asked to deliver an official invitation to meet the Ascalon Club.
Who are they? Really?
They are the embodiment of vampire law in Britain. Some say they influence the destiny of the Empire. Some believe they merely protect it.
How many are they?
Only a small number of powerful and deceitful immortals. All of them entangled in a sticky web of shadow cabinets, influencing trade.
Will they fight the Guard of Priwen?
I doubt it. Fergal was Lord Redgrave's executioner forever and a day. By defeating that beast, you deprived them of a powerful weapon.
Why use you to contact me?
Because they know we are close. The Ascalon Club has many spies. Their main occupation is gathering information, and then deciding how to use it.
Have they threatened you in any way?
Not at all. Their message surprised me at first, but it is only logical, considering the critical situation in London.
Why not ask for your help? Since you are obviously a powerful and influential immortal yourself.
You have to understand that I am invisible to the eyes of Ascalon, for I am a woman. That suits me well, as long as they leave me alone.
Should I trust them?
Of course not. Do not misunderstand me. They can be very useful, but I believe their long-term goals differ from yours.
Why meet them then?
Because nothing truly important can be achieved in this city without their consent. They could be powerful allies in this current situation.
Should I lie to them?
We all lie, Jonathan. It falls to you to choose your behavior. The most important rule is to show them due respect.
They have done nothing but impede my investigation since I became known to them. Why would they want to see me now?
I guess they now see you as Ascalon material. They must have found out what happened to your sister. Proof of the potent blood flowing through your veins.
I'm not sure I can accept their invitation. I have seen their handiwork. How Fergal the Beast imposed the club's law.
You have no choice, Jonathan. Even I would not openly defy Lord Redgrave, the chairman of the Ascalon Club.
What can you tell me about Lord Redgrave? Who is he?
Lord Redgrave is the founder and chairman of the Ascalon Club. Most mortals know him as the Earl of Bristol. He is rich and extremely influential.
Have you met him?
Only on rare occasions, for he never goes outside the club. And women are not awarded membership, even immortals.
How old is he? How long has he been a vampire?
Lord Redgrave claims to be the progeny of William Marshall, the most valiant knight who ever lived. If that is true, he could be very old.
How powerful is his reach?
The Ascalon Club may be the most influential secret society in England. Not all its members are immortals, but they are all very powerful.
They are not all immortals. How is that?
The club is mainly comprised of political figures who seek the safety and expansion of the Empire. The most loyal are awarded immortality.
Any familiar or famous names?
As the richest, most relentless British tycoon, Aloysius Dawson is considered ideal Ascalon material and has been watched for years.
If you are convinced I must meet him, I will heed your advice.
Thank you, Jonathan. I understand your reluctance to brush shoulders with London's vampire elite, but we have no choice.
Is the situation that critical?
Yes. The Guard of Prewen has called for a second great hunt of our kind, and they will stop at nothing to eliminate us.
Will the Guard of Prewen and the Ascalon Club fight each other?
I doubt it. If Prewen really launched a great hunt, I think most of the Ekons I know would flee the country to escape the bloodbath.
I think I saw them kill an Ekon on the way to your house. They seem to have a list with names.
To launch another great hunt, they must have collected intelligence on vampire identities and whereabouts. They are a resourceful lot.
Should we fight back? I will not be hunted down like an animal again.
I admire your courage, Jonathan. But the best way to fight them is to put an end to the epidemic. This is the only way to clear the air.
What is a great hunt?
The first great hunt was launched about 75 years ago. In just a few nights, the Guard of Prewen located and destroyed most of the old British vampires.
Why start a second one?
Priwen has always seen us immortals as a threat to mankind. My guess is they suspect one or more of us is the cause of the epidemic.
How did you survive the first hunt?
I fled, Jonathan. Like most vampires who survived that slaughter. And I secretly came back when I was sure they had lost my trail.
You should flee then. Leave London, the country even. I have seen the Guard in action. They are merciless.
Your concern warms my heart, Jonathan. But fear not. If the situation gets too dangerous, I shall retreat to my secret Scottish manor. I could hide you in my luggage, if you wish.
Thank you for the offer. I shall keep it in mind, but I have much to do here. There is a question I must ask you. Could Lord Redgrave be my maker?
I doubt it. If Lord Redgrave had made you his progeny, he would not have seemed so surprised when you demonstrated the strength of your lineage.
What is the plan?
The plan is we both try to save this city, you and I. Go to Ascalon, accept their proposition, and use their influence to promote your agenda.
How can I save London?
The epidemic is the priority. You must find its origin and put an end to it. This is the best way to solve the crisis.
What will you do?
I still have contacts and old friends in this town. I shall make some inquiries and attempt to learn more of the situation. We need clarity.
Will I ever discover the identity of my maker?
Maybe not, Jonathan. We know for sure you were made by a powerful vampire, but most of those fled England long ago.
Please forgive my bluntness, but I have to ask. Was it you? Did you make me?
Oh, Jonathan.
Of course not.
I know you shall always have a gnawing doubt about who made you an immortal, but I swear, I had nothing to do with it.
You have no idea at all? You seem to know so many things about...
Yeah, I agree, Tams. I'm pretty sure I asked that before, too.
Even if I had my suspicions, I would not dare give you a name so soon. All I can say is this. I will make inquiries and keep you informed.
One day soon, I will have to find the answer to this mystery.
And I shall help you in your research, I promise. For now, you must go to the Ascalon Club and play their game.
Will I see you again at the Pembroke Hospital?
No, you will find me here if you need me. I shall conduct inquiries alone, and we can then share our discoveries.
Oh my god, this is going on for so long.
Again?
No, I must remain discreet and avoid attracting attention to Pembroke Hospital for the time being.
But how will you sustain yourself?
I shall not, Jonathan. Fear not. I'm used to it.
When will we meet again?
As soon as you meet Lord Redgrave, I suppose. Fear not, my dear. I shall only be a heart's beat away.
I want to thank you for all your support and your help, my lady.
Could you do me a last great favor and call me Elizabeth?
I should be honored, my lady.
Then it is settled. Finally, some good news in these dark hours.
Thank you. I appreciate the advice. I had best prepare myself to meet this Lord Redgrave now.
How thrilling to meet the Earl of Bristol in the flesh, so to speak.
Something tells me you're not very keen on the man.
Don't get me wrong. The gentlemen of the Ascalon Club are honorable, but their attitude and opinions are somewhat antiquated.
I see.
As long as they deny access to female applicants, I will leave them to their antediluvian considerations as to the natural order of things. Jonathan, promise me you'll be careful.
Of course. But why the fear in your voice?
Look at me, Jonathan.
I am.
I mean, really look at me, young Ekon. We may be deceptive by nature, but this heart of mine has always told the truth.
Elizabeth.
Go, my friend. But come back to me soon.
I have no clue what that fucking was about. Like there's like some underlying like tension of like sexual tension, and I don't get why. Okay.
So, time to visit the Ascalon Club.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it actually is like that, like a concept. Like it could be that it's, you know, because it's vampires and
It's
like
locked, all right.
You know, all that stuff, or there could be something that I completely fucking missed. Okay. Oh, this gate's open now. Yeah. 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 Not sure why I'm walking so stupidly slow. I'm supposed to be seeing something, but the problem is that
This one ain't on our list. Well, that's one less anyway. It'll make McCullum happy.
That was the vampire I saw earlier. This war takes no prisoners.
yeah, it could be many things. It could be like she wants to be making him believe I feel connected to her. So that way maybe he'll spare her at the end. Or maybe she is trying to use me. Or maybe she like saw my power and has now like, you know,
Steady, boys, we've got one of them.
wanted to be associated with that power. Not saying all women do it, but you know, there is people that, men and women, who like to be associated with power. I'm not sure if there was one of those that actually was what it was. Whatever. Moving on. Yeah, it could be a power thing. Could be that she felt vulnerable to him, or could just be her nature to be more flirty. I know some girls are like that. And because yeah, like when we went to Walmart the other day, some girl called one of her coworkers sweetheart, I think it was. And my brain was like, yeah, you don't call someone sweetheart unless you're like either really young or you're into them. But some girls just do that. Like, especially customer service girls. But customer service girls, at the very least, the reason they're doing it is because they want to get higher tips.
The West End. Never have I felt so sad to be back home.
Yeah, they want higher tips, so they usually will flirt with you lightly.
This one's mine! Take its head!
Which maybe just like, you know, as time progressed, she started, the girl in question started just bleeding into her everyday life, which, again, I've also seen. Oh, wow, this lady. Oh, hi. Oh, my crap. Okay. New type of vampire. Yep, type of vampire. Just be careful for them. I should have enough to make my sword actually better. So that's nice as well. Okay.
I cannot enter.
Guess not going that way.
The Ascalon Club. The heart of British Vampire Society.
Hi.
Quite as subtle as I expected. Good evening, miss.
Oh my god, no. Please, Mr. Vampire, don't kill me. Please, no. I'm too young to die. I still have so much to offer this world.
Wait, no. Why do you think I would... What?
Don't worry, Dr. Reed. I know you wouldn't harm me. Mother told me you were in this part of town and might drop by.
Your mother?
My name is Charlotte, sir. Charlotte Ashbury. My mother taught me long ago how to recognize the signs that betray a vampire.
I understand she also taught you how to tease and gently mock innocent young Ekons. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Charlotte. What do you think about this part of town?
I was raised here, and I suppose it feels like home. You grew up in this part of town too, did you not?
Yes, I was born a few streets away.
A small world, is it not? Did you ever imagine that my mother was your neighbor all that time? That you could have met her in a dark alley at night?
You won't trick me twice, young lady. We both know Lady Ashbury never hunts or attacks prey at random.
Come on, Doctor. Don't tell me you never thought about that possibility. Her fangs on your neck. Oh, are you blushing, Dr. Reed?
Is there something that's bothering you?
too much selfishness and individualism for my taste, even when there was no epidemic.
Even if that's partly true, may I remind you that many charitable institutions are financed by the selfish and filthy rich.
I suppose you're right. But society must reform and renew itself, or we are all done for.
What are you doing out here?
You mean, what do I do outside at night since I am a woman? Let me ask you a question, sir. Would you ask the same question of a man?
Actually,
yes.
Yes. I ask the same question to everyone who dares to go outside at night, considering the risks.
Well, if you must know, I campaign for the right to vote for all women. Why should I wait to the age of 30 years when men can vote at 21?
Primarily because in certain things like this, the man can actually vote for him and his wife. I'm pretty sure that was a thing back in roughly around this time period, where the man could vote for him and his wife. So that it was like, so instead of them both having to go to the polls, he would go to the polls and vote for both of them. So, and by the age of 30, most people are most women were considered basically the concept past their prime, and therefore wouldn't really have to get a husband, and was presumed to be a woman of some kind of business orientation. So then she was given the right.
Are you a suffragette then? Oh, you really are Elizabeth's girl. Without a doubt.
All adult women have the right to vote in the US, in New Zealand, and in Australia. But women here can't vote unless they are property owners.
No need to convince me, Miss Charlotte. I have shared your opinion for a long time. Even before I met Emmeline Pankhurst.
Really? Oh. Now I see why my mother appreciates you so much. Too bad there aren't more men like you in the vicinity.
How are the locals reacting to your claims?
People here can't wait for a wall to be built to isolate the West End from the rest of town. That's how progressive they are. If this happens, Emily and I will blow it up.
Explosives are very dangerous, young lady. And who is this Emily?
She is my best friend, and a suffragette too. She was supposed to campaign with me tonight, but hasn't turned up.
Have you any reason to be worried about her?
Recently, Emily started to believe in... well, she got interested in vampires. I'm afraid she might be in trouble.
Let me guess. You spoke to her about us, didn't you? Despite your mother's warning. I think I should try to find your friend.
Oh, that would be top-notch. I can tell you where she might have gone. You have my thanks, Dr. Reed. And please, don't tell my mother.
She's also wrong, by the way. I felt something was wrong about what she said. America, as a woman, you were not allowed to vote until 1920. And then after that, before the 1920, individual states had passed legislation to allow women to vote in different types of elections. Some only allowed women to vote in school or municipal elections. Some required women to own property if they wanted to vote, and some territories extended full suffrage to women, only to take it away once they became states. Many states allowed women to hold a few office positions before getting the right to vote. Although legally entitled to vote, black people, including black women, were effectively denied voting rights until 1965. So even with her being what she's saying, women still weren't fully allowed to vote either. And it's around this time they actually got partial. Let me see where it says there. Also, in I think she said Australia. I could be wrong, but in Australia, in 1902, all females were allowed, except for Indigenous. It wasn't until 1962, so another 60 years later, that the Indigenous women were allowed to vote. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's where's he? So yeah, from 1918 to 1928, women could vote at 30 with property qualifications. Property qualifications, or as graduates of UK universities, while men could vote at 21 with no qualifications. From 1928, women had held suffrage had basically 1928. So another 10 years from this game placement, women will have full vote. But like I said, it is. I'm not saying it's correct, just for the record, but it is the concept that, yeah, it was the concept that women who were graduate or had property, basically the high-end intelligent women who were going to be focusing on their careers, were allowed to vote once their careers had started, or they had gotten through that, because the concept that, then they were more equal, I guess. I'm not quite sure the concept, but where is it? Yeah, Canada's not much better either. Where's where I'm from? Aboriginal women were required them status. Yeah. Interesting. There's still places where they're not allowed to vote. But anyway, going back to this now.
Tell me about your adoption.
What do you want to know?
Who are your real parents?
Elizabeth Ashbury is my real mother. She raised me and has taken care of me all my life. I have no idea who my progenitors are or were.
Do you live with her?
I still spend a lot of time in my mother's mansion, but I have my own house now. I have a life to live, you see. And one day, I'll have my death to face.
How did you meet Lady Ashbury?
First, I was an orphan in the institution for girls she manages in the West End. When I was 10, she adopted me, and I have lived with her ever since.
Did you know she was a vampire when she picked you?
The correct word is Ekon, Doctor. And no, I had no idea why my mother only showed up at night. She told me everything when I turned 16, though I suspected the truth for a long time before that.
What exactly has your mother told you about me?
Your name and profession, obviously, and the mystery about your maker. I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your sister, sir. Mother says it was not your fault.
Does it not scare you to know what I am? What your mother is?
Why should it? My mother is the most compassionate woman. Must I be wary of her, Dr. Reed? Or you?
Perhaps it's wise for a mortal never to totally trust a vampire. Your mother herself told me that we Ekon are creatures of deception. Maybe it's because we seem so alive.
That may be true for a naive girl, But I have the best teacher when it comes to getting rid of an insistent immortal.
Your mother is not like any other vampire I've met.
I believe she thinks the same about you, Dr. Reed.
Do you know why Lady Ashbury chose you to become her daughter?
No, I don't. Each time I ask her that question, she smiles and says it's precisely because I dare to ask such questions.
Do you ever regret that she chose you?
Of course not. Though I often wonder if she adopted others before me. If so, where are they buried? How was it for them to pass through life with a never-aging mother?
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
Okay. I have 2,000. And yeah, she's the first person I've met. I do want to find a safe house at some point. I think there's one further down. Because I think that's why I couldn't get into that one safe house, because it opens up into this area. Stick to this wall for a bit.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Jonathan, is that you? I did not know you were back in London. Oh, my dear Johnny. I'm so sorry for your loss. Mary was such a sweetheart.
Thank you, Venus. May I come in?
I was going to bed, actually.
Okay.
Forgive me. With the epidemic, I tend to forget people are supposed to sleep at night.
I'll tell you what. Come back tomorrow for tea. I'll be glad to see you then.
Wait, I didn't get anything for that one? That's crazy. Just unlocking all the doors so that way I can freely wander around when I need to or want to.
Good evening, miss. Can I help you? I'm a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I am Karina Billow. I don't need any doctor. The rats. Where are the rats?
Miss, you don't seem well at all. Are you afraid of rats? Has one bitten you?
No.
No, I want to eat one.
Who bites them? Tasty, juicy, disgusting rats. I can't stop eating them. Help me, please. Help me to disobey the voice.
Let's just... Yeah, you're healthy.
What happened to you?
The rats. The answer hides in their little crunchy bones. Their juicy, tiny brains.
Miss Billow, please, try to concentrate. Why do you worry about rats so much?
The voice in my head. He forces me to do so. Drink their blood, he said. Eat their flesh.
Do you feel compelled to obey that voice, Miss Billow? Even if you're loath to submit to it?
Yes. Please, help.
Tell me about the voice in your head. Who is it? Can you describe it? Is it someone you know? Someone you met?
Keep your mouth shut, he said. Don't ever speak about me, or I'll abandon you. Help me, please, Doctor.
Tell me about yourself, Miss Billow. What do you do for a living?
Oh, I'm hungry. Need to eat. Have you got something for me? Blood, perhaps? Can you give me blood, Dr. Reed?
Don't you remember who you are, miss? What you did for work?
I was strong, proud. I campaigned for good causes. But that was before. It does not matter anymore. I'm so hungry.
What is the local news hereabouts, Miss Billow?
Shadows. Shadows hunting shadows. Whispers in the dark. Pestilence. Suffering. Death.
What happened to you?
The rats.
Miss Billow.
Oh, no, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to go press this one. Personal questions. Okay, nothing.
I must go now. Goodbye, Miss Billow.
Okay, well, I found now one other person. So I found 3. Yeah. $2,000. Teleport me to a different area. Interesting. Yeah. I want to like look around for a bit more. Try to find actually, I may not have been a what's it called? Okay. That may not have been the area I had to actually go to. I haven't been here, obviously. Or if I have, I just missed that container. Wait, there's more quests? Yeah, it's like 3 quests or 4 quests happening. Well, I'll have to go look into those. Definitely. Not sure what they are, but those events may actually give me information based off of like a character. Okay, get rid of you. No, get rid of you. Oh, you bitch. There. Is this a dead end? Yeah. Okay. Not a big deal. I was hoping for like something to be there, but
Maybe there's a way to break into this house.
oh. We're gonna try breaking into the house? Oh, like, you mean like through here? Okay, well, I'll come back to this in a few moments. Let's go into here first. Upgrade, and then... Oh, I need one more. That's harsh. I think we'll lower that so I can get more blood, and then I'll go to this one. Yeah. And then, yeah, if I get one more, I will need aluminum parts. Yeah, okay. Upgrade a weapon. Cool. Add 5 points of stun projectile when it reaches the target, or just more damage. Just straight more damage. I think is what I'll eventually go with. Okay. Well, thanks for the pits there, Panda Bear. Thanks for the heart bits. The 5 little heart bits. Okay. Okay. Let's go this way, because there's blood this way.
Stupid
Hi. Oh. Oh, how dare you call me stupid?
You're bleeding.
Oh, God. Okay, okay, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. You cheat. You cheat. Oh, my God. He cheated so hard. I also hated that my character swung for the one attack and didn't move. So he just, like, literally just, like, swung at nothingness. Wasting the blood. I thought I could get in that window. Oh. How did I miss all this? Weird. Oh, hey, Koshka. Everyone's back alive, so I will have more enemies now I have to face, but that's okay. Wow, I just destroyed him that time. That was stupidly crazy how quickly I destroyed him. Okay, well, I did just get blood that I can now use to get a new healing thing. Don't want to go down there yet. Hey, no, you're not supposed to be on desks. You know that. What are you doing, Kashis? Why are you sipping on my hand? No, bad. Yeah, I forgot how to, like, target this. There we go. Yeah, they're, like, so much stronger than me. I definitely need to level up more. Which means I have to actually get more done. Killing those people should probably help. Again, I'm always afraid that I'm going to, like, kill a bunch of people and then, like, lose a bunch of shit. Ah, you bitch. I don't think I hit her. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get myself as strong as possible here.
It's a leech! There's one of them vermin! Let's see how it likes a bit of...
I can't get to you, buddy. You're gonna have to come down here. Come on. Ouch. That is cheating. I do believe you guys are cheating. Found you guys, by the way.
Murdering bastard!
Now I can go in here and actually. So not another body that I can. I guess the other body didn't drop anything. I heard someone scream, "Help me." Ow! 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 Ooh, good shot. Okay, fuck you too, game. Fucking bullshit. I healed, and then I pressed a button to attack, dodge, and something else. I don't even know what the fuck the other button I pressed was. And he didn't do any of those things.
Your prey is mine! Ah! Ah! Gotcha!
Okay, now I should be able to upgrade my weapon at least. Stab you. Nope, stab you, stab you, and stab you. Okay. Ouchie. No, is this a bad idea? No. Okay. I thought she was gonna explode. But no, I was fine. Okay. Oh, hi. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. A little upset there wasn't anything there, but... Okay, I didn't want to come up here. I'm up here now, but I didn't actually want to come up here. Oh, you piece of shit. Oh, heal yourself. Okay. I also have no fucking clue where I am. Just want to state that for the record. I should probably look at my goddamn map. This area is fairly fucking large. Everything kind of looks the same to me. So if I go this way, my hideout should be over here somewhere. At least one of them. Yes. Where? It's my fucking house.
Good evening, Avery.
Mr. Jonathan? I can't believe my own eyes. Oh, it's a miracle. We all thought you were... Oh.
You want this?
Sir, your poor sister.
What a tragedy.
I know, Avery. I know about my sister's murder.
Miss Reed expected you to return to assist with the funeral, right up until the last minute. Where have you been, Mr. Jonathan? We needed you here.
How is my mother?
Not well, I'm afraid, sir. Miss Reed is very fragile since the police brought her back home.
The police? What happened?
Miss Reed was found walking in the streets. She kept saying she had spoken with her son and daughter. She's resting now.
Has she received appropriate medical care?
I'm taking care of Miss Reed myself. Hospitals are so overwhelmed by the epidemic that they can only accept patients infected by influenza.
Perhaps we could arrange a short trip. Somewhere sunny, like France. She has always been very fond of France. I think leaving London could do her good.
I'm afraid Miss Reed is too frail for the moment. Recently, she started going out at night without remembering it. I have to watch her carefully.
What is the situation in this part of town?
For a time, the West End seemed spared by the epidemic. But the situation is getting much worse.
Have you no relatives anywhere? I'll understand if you want to take a few days to see family.
Your father managed to guarantee my earnings as long as I take care of this house, sir. My sisters are dead, and I've never met my nephews. I'll stay, sir.
I'm sorry I could not be here for Mary's funeral.
Your mother was strong, sir, but your support would have been appreciated. Apart from the priest and I, no one else attended your sister's funeral.
To be present at the funeral with you both was my dearest wish, Avery. But I'm sorry, I simply could not attend.
I would not dare to question your absence, Mr. Jonathan. All I can say is that we missed you a great deal during these difficult days.
Yes, Kashka?
Tell me the truth, Avery. Do you feel forced to stay here? Would you leave this house without the arrangement made by my father?
No, sir. I have nowhere else to go. And I promised your father I'd take care of his family as long as I live.
This house is dead, Avery. There is a curse on this family. You really should consider leaving.
If only you could have been here sooner or more often. Maybe this house would not be that empty. But you're here now, sir. So my task is not over.
You have served this family extremely well, Avery. Your support during these terrible times is much appreciated.
Then I will stay. All I ask is that you take care of my own funeral if I die before the end of the epidemic. No mass grave, please, sir.
Do you really think I don't take enough care of my mother, Avery?
Yes, I do, Mr. Jonathan.
You clearly have something more to say. Speak your mind, Avery.
I know you work hard to help the sick, but what will you do once the epidemic is over?
I really don't know. I have always enjoyed seeing new horizons. Once the epidemic is over, it would be nice to leave London for a while.
I understand, Mr. Jonathan. But you have to realize that your mother needs you. Your next departure could break her heart.
Goodbye, Avery. Please.
Oh, I should actually make sure he was actually healthy.
Of course, Mr. Jonathan. But please return as soon as possible.
He's healthy. We shillings. That's kind of disappointing for a house like this. So looks like everything there. That brings me outside. That's the door I just went through, right? So what's this door for? Oh. Nothing. The answer is the door is for nothing. Okay. I'll avoid my mother for now. This door is apparently locked. There's nothing here. Nothing there. This room. Okay. Okay. $220 damage. At least now it's much stronger. Decrease stamina cost or add 3 stun when you hit. Yeah, add 3 stun. That's actually good. Definitely add more stun. That's the whole point of it. Oh, what's that? Small key. Now I can go through the door. Okay.
I remember Sunday walks in the park.
There's this.
Spending next summer in France. Absolutely. Why not?
Talk to my mother now.
Good evening.
Jonathan! Is it you? Where have you been, my prodigal son?
I'm right here, Mother. I'm finally home.
Yes, for this son of mine was dead and is alive again. He was lost and now found. But where is your sister? Where is Mary?
Mary? She is gone, Mother.
I know she's gone. The question is, when will she return as you have? I miss my grandson so much. It's been days since their last visit.
Let's check up. My mother's healthy.
Mother, do you know what's been going on in this area?
Not really. I don't go out much due to the epidemic, and when I do, I tend to get lost.
What do you mean you get lost? I hope you don't go outside alone.
Of course not. When I go out, your father always comes with me, but he leaves me there sometimes, and I have trouble finding the way back.
Have you returned to Whitechapel Cemetery since Mary's funeral?
I never want to go back to that awful place. Wait. I think I went back once. And you were there too. And Mary? No, that can't be true.
It was just a bad dream, Mother.
A nightmare, yes. Mary was so angry. I walked back home alone. If that kind policeman had not called Avery from the station, I don't know what would have happened.
Tell me, Mother, how are you? All alone in this big house with only Avery to take care of you.
I'm sad most of the time. Sad that you have left me here alone. Sad that you don't tell me when you come or go.
I'm so sorry, Mother. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I was coming home. I was home. London, the Thames, and then it happened.
What happened, Johnny?
I lost my way. Somewhere between the boat and the house, my life changed completely.
You should have told me, Johnny. I would have understood. You always were a secretive little boy.
Do you need anything, Mother? Can I help you?
I just want you to stay with me, Jonathan. Your room is ready. I asked Avery to make your bed.
I'll stay as long as I can, I promise. Do you need anything else?
Just one thing. Stop staring at me like that. As much as I love you, it breaks my heart to look at those empty and dead eyes.
Are you working on a new painting?
Not recently. I have trouble focusing on my subject and my mind quickly drifts. It's the same thing when I try to write poetry.
I recently met a talented painter with an excellent technique. I wish you two could meet. I'm sure you'd like her.
I'd be glad to meet her. What is her name? Is she famous? Is she dead too?
She's not famous, and her name is of no importance. And yes, she is also dead.
The important thing is, I hope you two get along. If she ever fancies meeting your mother, I'd be glad to welcome her into my home.
Do you think Avery is right? Do you think I should take better care of you?
I don't blame you, but you abandoned me, son. A mother should not survive her children. It's unbearable to know you're not here anymore.
I wish I could stay here and take care of you. But I'm involved in some terrible things, and I don't want to put you in any danger.
You don't have to apologize to me, Johnny. Do you think I did not notice how much you have changed?
Have I changed that much, Mother? Am I still your son?
You are still, and you'll always be. Despite your pale skin, your bloody eyes, and that echoing sadness in your voice.
Why do you say Mary is visiting you, Mother? You know that's impossible.
Why should it be? Are you not standing in front of me right now? Why should it be any different with your sister?
But I'm not dead, Mother. I'm really here, talking to you, trying not to cry.
Oh, it breaks my heart to have to tell you this. But of course you're dead, my darling boy. Just look at you, as pale as my Mary.
But Mary really is dead, Mother.
Yes. And are you not dead too? Isn't your father dead? And my grandson, and my son-in-law? You're all gone. But you all still visit me from time to time.
Yeah, you may be more insane than me.
Father seems to have left me some documents. Some sort of treasure hunt game. Do you know anything about them?
No, Johnny. But your father always loved to write these little games for you when you were a boy. Don't you remember?
I remember now. He used to post me these riddles, as though they were sent by a mysterious games master. I'd spend weeks trying to decipher them.
Your father was always so proud each time you found the answer. He was not just the serious doer banker everybody thought he was.
I was proud too. How could I forget that?
The important thing is that you remember it now. I'll tell your father the next time I see him. He'll be so happy.
Could Father have conceived some sort of final game for me before he left?
I really can't say, Johnny. Perhaps you should talk with Avery about that. He was your father's confidant, more than I.
Goodbye, Mother. Try to rest now.
Goodbye.
Oh, man.
Please come back soon.
This web of weirdness
Jonathan,
keeps
my
being
dear,
added.
bring me my glasses. I feel like
Keeps being added more and more and more.
It's locked.
Okay. We'll try dealing with this guy. No, ow, ow, stop it. Cool. Did you pick this stuff up? Thanks, man. You got attacked your last time. Yep. Okay. Cool. Cool. Not really. Okay. Cool game. Okay. Ow. The guy just fucking can like just teleport straight to me. Which is fucking crazy.
Stupid newborn!
Okay. Hi. Just gonna rob the place first, if you don't mind. I'll get with you right afterwards. Okay. Brings me here. Here. Okay, sorry, this guy.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Do you need help, sir?
I think I'm fine. But what happened to my jailer? Be careful. He's as vicious as he is strong.
You don't have to worry about him anymore. What happened here?
I am Tadao Kimura. I was imprisoned by this lunatic for several days. I thought I was going to die here.
You're not going to die now, Mr. Kimura. If you hurry, you should be able to get home safely.
It seems that I owe you my life. You have all my gratitude, Dr. Reed, since it is the most precious thing I possess.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care.
Okay, now with that being said, where am I? Here. Yeah, I want to go up, then left. Up, then left.
Leech spotted! Watch out! There's one of them vermin! Let's see how it likes.
Ow. Okay, I want to. Oop. dead too. Oh, jeez. Okay, he finally died. Woo! Yeah, it's not a safe place for you. That's for sure. Okay, now that that's all done. Get to that road. Get down to that road. Haha! Tricked you. I know how the system works now. Okay. Nope. It is this way. Okay, run this way. Oh yeah, I guess I can see the thing at the top. Okay, this makes sense. Okay, so this is my home. That's her. Okay, if I just keep going straight. Right? Yeah.
Women's right to vote is only the first step.
I don't know who you are. I don't think I've talked to you yet.
Sir. May I have your attention, please?
Come on, Johnny. Don't you recognize your oldest friend?
Clarence.
Hello there.
Clarence Crossley. How are you? My God.
General Tim Nobine.
You survived the war too. So sorry I didn't recognize you at first.
I almost didn't recognize you either. War does that to men, I heard. In my case, it was true, for I witnessed the horror that lies underneath.
When did you escape the war and return to London?
You know what's funny? I almost never think about the war. Not anymore. I'm involved in another kind of battle now.
I know what you mean. I haven't had much time to think about the war either since my return.
Of course. With the epidemic, I bet you've been busy as well. Forgive me, Johnny, I didn't want to sound selfish.
What is this new battle?
I saw terrible things during the war. Horrors I thought I'd forget. They're here too. They're everywhere. Vampires.
Interesting.
How is your wife, Venus?
We've spent so much time away from each other. And so many things have happened.
But you're alive. You returned in one piece and you have a family. How many soldiers can say the same?
Believe me, it's not quite that simple. Unlike you, I'm not the man I used to be.
Is everything all right at home? Surely Venus was relieved to see you return from France in one piece.
Have you forgot what people are like in this part of town, Johnny? Venus fears for our family reputation. Now her husband has become the village idiot.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
Oh, well, hold on. Clarence.
Good evening, old chap.
I won't lie to you.
Do you need medical assistance, Clarence?
It's a little late for visiting hours, don't you think?
What can I say? I haven't lost my old habits.
I hope we're talking about the same habits, old friend.
You need some rest, Clarence.
I will check through everything else later on before I go to sleep. I just know there's a couple quests over here, so I'm like, why not do them? That's the idea. Okay. 3,000 experience. It's not bad. I need a lot more. This is her house. Hey, look, I can rub her now. I mean, allocate her things. Okay. So I got something for her. Let's get rid of the mark. Yeah, there's still something here. I'll also. Okay, just want to make sure it wasn't like. Okay, let's get up here. Nothing there. Fine.
It's locked.
Locked. Okay. There she is. I can talk to her. That's a collectible. I think it's one of these. Just don't know which one. Whatever. Hopefully it's not important. Oh, she's painting me. Isn't that interesting?
Hello again, Jonathan. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?
Sorry to disturb you again, but could you spare me a few minutes?
Of course, my dear. Always a pleasure to speak with you.
Concerning your investigation.
Yes?
Are you truly seeking to identify my maker?
I cannot promise you anything, but yes. I am conducting some research of my own.
Do you think we shall ever see better days? Or at least better nights?
I know not, Jonathan. I have seen some horrid days in my long lifetime. Experience has taught me that one cannot outrun the fates.
When all of this is...
Traveling is...
Will you tell...
One of them.
Do you know
I don't
if...
care.
I confess...
But this is no...
That is true.
Goodbye.
Because I don't think any of that's important. Well, I've completed whatever it was that was in here, so. Let's move on from there. Okay. I could go talk to... I'll go deal with this problem first.
He's dead!
I just wanted you guys' loot. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. Oh, I accidentally killed both those guys at the exact same time. That's nice. Yeah, Tabs, if you just want to have, like, pizza or whatever for dinner or whatever, I was just asking because I do know that I wanted to pick up potatoes, little potatoes, for one of the dinners that we're going to have in the next few days, but... So if you want to, we could also go out and get, like, hot dogs and a poutine. But that is also up to you, because I would, you know, do it that way. Yeah, just like I said, I know I wanted to get like little mini potatoes, and I forgot to grab some when we were out. Because that would be good for that, the steak and asparagus and mini potatoes. So. Yeah, he did. But, that was a different day. At the time, since we didn't buy anything that day. Or we didn't buy a lot at that day. It wasn't until we went on Thursday that we bought the asparagus that I thought, oh man, we should really do that. Okay. Open up, thank you. I think I'm getting a lot of lead plates, but I'm not getting a lot of aluminum plates. That's actually what this sword needs. Pretty sure it's aluminum plates. So. Because, yeah, then I can increase the damage a little bit more and just have a very powerful weapon. Ow, guys. Oh, you dirty little tree hugging I don't know why tree hugging came into my brain. You dirty little tree hugger. What? Like, why is that a bad thing? Like, okay, so where am I in comparison to that? Okay, I need to turn around. Okay. There's a door there. Fun. I should at some point be going... Yeah. Tammy's trying to defend me. She's like, it's because trees aren't clean. Hold on. Stop. Is it actually right here? I'm confused now. Oh, no, okay, so it's this way. Why was it behind me? That's so weird. So it was in there. Oh, that was right.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Okay. I should actually heal myself. Hello? No? Okay. Apparently, it has told me that I cannot heal myself. There we go. Jeebus. Huh. That's crazy that there was one right that close to them.
What on earth happened here?
I should have ate you. Note to self. I should have ate him. Oh well.
It's locked, all right.
Hoping the girls are still alive, but I may just start eating everybody. I'm starting to lose out on the experience of some of the bigger people. So maybe I'll just start eating everybody. That I can anyway. Maybe I'll wait until I'm capable of eating everybody in an area and just doing it that way. No, you guys seem to be okay. What level do I have to be to mesmerize? Oh, see, that's not great. He's missing. Which means he's probably dead. They're missing too, which means they're probably dead. Which means I missed up all that experience. For crap's sakes. Missed out on all that experience. Just because I didn't know when to pull the trigger. That's literally the problem here. I just don't know when to actually, like, eat them and when not to eat them. Because, like, yeah.
It's locked, all right.
Okay. Where is the next one? Here? And here. And the hospital. I'll wait for the hospital one. Okay.
It's a leech! Kill it!
Wait for a bit for that. Okay, so how do I... No, I guess I can get down that way.
Steady, boys! We've got one! It's a leech! We have a leech!
Ow! Stop.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's fine. Was that what it was? It was that person? Yep. So she became a hunter. Well, I think it may be because I put my fucking signs up. Huh.
Please, sir. Can't let you through. Watch yourselves! There's one of them! Over there! There's one of them vermin!
Interesting. But sadly, I couldn't, like, hypnotize her to, like, make her more accessible to me to eat. But that's okay. I'll figure out something with the rest of them. They may have to just start eating people. Yeah, that's gonna be difficult. Figuring out who to and who not to eat. Okay. That's fine. I shot the stairs thing instead. Is she one of these guys? Yep. Well, shame. Not much you can do, but shame. Wonder if I still get the experience. Because I did get quite a bit of experience just a few moments ago. If that's the case, then I don't give a fuck. Turn all they want. If I still get the experience, I don't give a fuck. Man, I got a lot of weird medicines there. Ah, there is an event there. You okay? Should check out her dagger, though, when I'm at a safe spot. Because her dagger actually may be interesting. It may be a better steak. Or just maybe another weapon to hurt people with, and then then not really worth it. Oh, there's some more down there. Okay. I have lots of ingredients there. So I am going to try seeing something. I can't tell how much experience I would get from that guy, because obviously it's all been like hidden. It just says he's missing now. Which I'll double check I'm correct on that. So, going back to this. Yeah, if I go to the guy, it details, it doesn't actually say. But when I kill him, am I going to get a decent amount of experience? Because that's like I said, if that's the case, I have no problem just doing it this way. Okay. There I go. So yeah, 9,500. Expect to get like at least 1,000. If I kill him, so. $500. That doesn't feel like a lot, to be fair. So yeah, not quite sure then. He could have been one of the ones that just didn't give me a lot. Because I thought there was a couple of them that just didn't give me a lot. Okay. I'm gonna go to his house. Which is here. I have a key. Oh, no, this is not the right guy. That was him. I know who he is now. He's the drunkard.
I think I'm losing my mind.
I see if there's anything around here that... It's probably a house. It's probably that one house that I passed.
I cannot enter.
Is there anything...
Welcome back, Doctor. What can I do?
He's got one thing still.
I've not seen.
Are you concerned?
It may
I wish I shared.
It's not
Oh, wow.
Tell me about your arrest for attempted murder, Tom.
I tried to kill someone. I got arrested. I paid my debt and I have nothing to hide.
So you mean your customers know about your sordid past?
Yeah, why do you think this is the last pub open? I have nothing to hide and I don't judge. That's a relief for many round here.
Do you think prison changed you? Made you a better man?
Oh, I don't know about that. All I brought back is bad memories, scars, and an ugly tattoo of a blue turtle.
But do you feel cleansed of your sins?
All I know is that I'm at peace. I did what I did, but I wouldn't do it again. Does that make me a better man? I don't know.
You attempted murder. Give me some details.
I was given an order to kill. I was an obedient gang member at the time. A proud, wet boot boy.
Why did you join the gang?
Because I finally felt useful. Do you have any idea what it means to feel respected when the rest of the world shits on you?
So you were ordered to kill someone. What happened then?
I don't know if you can possibly understand, but I couldn't kill him. I just stood there pointing my gun. Someone saw me. I gave up.
Why couldn't you shoot?
My target was eating in that fancy restaurant with mirrors and music. He was eating, drinking, laughing. He was having such a good time. I hated him for his bottomless appetite and easy life of easy pickings. And then something happened.
You've had a sad, violent, and lonely life, with no joy to speak of. You realized that you were living with nothing but sadness.
No, not really. I had friends and happiness in my life. And that was more about just being pleased for the guy.
Why not leave town and start a new life after you got out of jail?
I grew up in the East End. This is where my roots are. This is where I want to help others and die, eventually.
Do you think the docks will always be a hive of scum and villainy?
As long as poverty and fear run the show, I don't see how it would change. Misery loves company, as they say.
Don't you feel threatened, staying in such a violent and criminal neighborhood?
I've made peace with my violent past, Dr. Reed. I may not be a pacifist, but I'm not angry anymore.
Sabrina seems very fond of you, Tom.
I like her too, I really do. I know I'm her boss, and I'm much older and all. But I like her for sure.
What is bothering you then?
Sabrina is an angry one. She wears it like a coat. I'm not sure I can make her shed that anger. It hurts to see her like that.
He has one more.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
I'll eat him after that.
You're still working at this hour? That's what I call dedication.
Were you aware of Tom's past incarceration?
That's the first thing he told me when he offered me the job. He didn't want me hearing about his past from anyone else.
Did it surprise you to find out about it?
Not really. I was already aware of his reputation before I met him. That's why I came to the Turtle in the first place.
Most people would have run away because of that.
Not me. I thought a man like him could give me stability, you know? At least to some degree. And I wasn't mistaken.
Have you heard anything about Sean Hampton's shelter?
Some customers said the sad saint had a vision. Launched himself on a holy crusade. Even Dyson Delaney joined up with him. It's more like a cult, if you ask me.
Okay, so that's all done, so...
Are you worried about...
Of course I am.
Sabrina, tell me about your true feelings for your boss.
I love Tom. Not ashamed of it. Don't care if the customers joke about it, neither.
Who's mocking you?
I mean, we're always together. People will talk, won't they?
Does Tom love you?
Yeah, but he's always reluctant to take it further. It's not because I'm younger, or because of the colour of my skin. He hates jokes about us.
Tell me, Sabrina, do you really believe Tom has renounced his life of crime?
He proves it to me every day he tells the truth. Tom Watts is a good man. One of the best.
And you don't think he might fall back into his sordid ways?
We can all do terrible things, Dr. Reed. And we never know what we're really capable of until it's too late.
Goodbye, Mrs. Cavendish.
With the epidemic, no one dares go outside.
Let's see here. Yeah, there's still more, so don't really want to eat them because, like, I can get more out of them. Couldn't eat her anyway. I don't have a 3, or I only have a 3. Yeah, see, that's like one of the biggest issues is just like trying to get certain things,
Every night, a darkness.
information,
Every dawn and
but
Evening,
not.
Rufus.
Evening, Mr. Reed.
Heard anything?
I really...
Are you...
I never really felt...
Is anything
Hello,
worrying
Jim.
you right now?
Gunshots?
No, nothing there.
So long, Rufus. Good
I
evening.
just don't want to
Mrs.
waste the experience, but yeah.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
A shithole filled with maggots. Liars and thieves, all of them.
Okay. Good
What's
talk.
your occupation?
I take care of my mum. That's what I do. She's the only good thing in my life. Even though I don't treat her so good.
You seem upset. Is something bothering you?
I lost the necklace I bought her. I'm a fucking idiot. A worthless idiot.
Sometimes it's hard to be a good son.
I just wanted to smile. No, I was thankful for her patience, appreciated like... God knows she deserves it.
Have you heard it?
Called in...
Aren't you?
I've heard...
Okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne. It's locked.
So what is that small key for then? Definitely got a small key for the one guy. I just don't know where it's supposed to go in. His key. Okay. Yeah, then I'll do these. Okay. The fuck you doing?
Good evening, Mr. Fishburne.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
Hitting people's doors.
Good evening.
Oh, I didn't mean to talk to him again.
Good.
Jesus crap, man. Anyway, how are you, Jim the Dragon? Okay, let's see if I can upgrade this. I can. Okay. Yeah, I'll eventually go with more stun. Okay, and my main weapon here. Yeah, probably just go straight more damage. Oh, another 20 damage. I'm doing pretty good. Still trying to figure out certain mechanics of this game, which still, to this day, confuse me. I think I just got one of the items I was looking for, though. There we go. I don't have the rivets for that. Okay. This is theoretically my second, but the first one that I played through, I couldn't get past a certain point and had to. I gave up at the time. I struggle really hard with this game in the concept of when I'm supposed to eat people and when I'm not supposed to eat people and how to get experience, when to sleep, and all that stuff. I struggle hard with all of that.
The sewer dog's fault, they say. Then the gangs, the epidemics, everyone's throwing the blame.
Good evening, Miss Cox. Have you got...
Rumour has...
Are you...
The bodies are...
I don't think I care about this information.
If you're...
I thought I already got all this.
That's
So.
exactly...
Okay, apparently I missed that.
What can you take? Really? Can I see what you...
As long as you have...
I think I need a couple of these. I think I need like 3 of these or something like that. Let's just grab 5 just to be sure. There.
I hope the rumours about Clay are true. Otherwise...
You again. What do you want?
No.
Have you
ask you questions that I don't care the answer for?
Tell me about the man you killed, Booth. What happened?
One of us had been killed, so we had to retaliate. That's the whole story.
There has to be more to it than that.
No, really. One of us got killed, so the killer had to die. That's how things have always been done round here. No one gives a shit.
Don't you see it's an endless spiral? One day, it will be you who will be stabbed, or shot, or worse.
That's what my sweet Edwina always says, that one day I'll get it too. But she says it with the most beautiful smile, my Edwina.
See, in the first gameplay I did, I was going as a good doctor, and I just could not.
I know you're looking for an honest job, Booth. You're tired of this criminal.
Get enough experience.
It's just an idea. Edwina loves to run things so much. You can never really leave the gang. Wet boys for life, you know.
Yeah, I'm on get. I'm gonna kill her with. Hey, you know, it's fine. I totally get it. My roommate's the same way. He's always like, I'm gonna eat his ass. Okay, so in this circle somewhere is the necklace. Not sure why he keeps telling me to go to the hang. Why won't? No, whatever. So is it like in someone's like stuff, or she's like this lost spy? Yeah. Who has the necklace then?
Evening, Rufus.
Or is it just laying
Evening,
around?
Mr. Reed.
So long, Rufus.
Probably just laying somewhere. Yeah, if I actually am going to try to go for 100%, which I may one day, I'm 100% going to be reading a walkthrough the entire time. Because I do not think I can actually do it without one.
Good evening, sir.
Well, I could say...
I'm Dr. Jonathan...
And I am...
What can you tell me about this part of town?
People used to feel safe around here. They had the gangs protecting them. Now all they do is bicker and plot against one another.
Missing the good old days, are you not?
Trust me, son. The longer you live, the less meaning your existence will have. You need to remember the days you still had beliefs.
And what about the gangs?
Back in my day, people trusted the wet boot boys. We looked out for the docks and its families. Nowadays, they're just a bunch of greedy fuckers.
You were a gang member?
I was their leader for a time, believe it or not. Now these bastards act like I'm nothing. Not one of them. They owe me some damn respect.
If you were such a respected figure, surely you have many interesting stories about this part of town.
You bet I do, but make no mistake. I'm no rat, sir. Some secrets are best left buried.
Do you still know anyone? From the old days, I mean.
Most of them are dead. I still give Miss Gillingham salutations. She doesn't remember me. She did once like me. Boy, she was a beauty back then.
Any remarkable new faces around here?
Nobody. Well, there's that boy Rufus the Curse. I like him, despite the reputation he's made since his parents died. Poor little bastard.
Who would you trust around here?
The owner of the Turquoise Turtle's a decent fella. Tom's his name. Sean Hampton's all right too. Don't particularly share his religious views. He's quite devout, if you catch my meaning.
I'm sure a district as colorful as the docks must have plenty of stories about strange visitors and creepy characters.
So, you want me to talk about the sewer dog, don't you?
If you don't mind.
The sewer dog is a bitch. Appropriately named. An old woman dressed in rags. She has an elegance, though. Despite her ugliness. I saw her once. Scared the life out of me.
Do you have any reason?
I read.
Are you worried?
I never...
Have you always been so bitter?
It's not bitterness, it's poorly masked disgust. When everything turns to shit, we all have to eat a spoon or two.
With everything that's happened recently, the war, Spanish flu, I must concede that these are difficult times.
A few nights ago, I saw a kid eating a rat. He was right in front of one of those abandoned houses nearby. Just chewing on a living rat's insides.
Tell me everything you know about the Guard of Priwen.
Andrew never told me what they do. I do know they're vigilantes with military training. Access to some impressive firepower.
And what is your personal opinion about the Guard, then?
This Guard of Priwen is just another gang preying on the young and naive. Preying on people like my boy. I know how it works. I invented it.
Yeah, there's another game that's coming out that I'm very much in the same boat of. It's another vampire game. It's called Vampires: The Masquerade Bloodline 2. I'm pretty sure. I played a little bit of the first one, and my wife played a lot of the first one. But the problem is, well, Swan Song was another good one. That I played a little bit of it, but Swan Song had no combat in it. It was more, Swan Song was more, story driven. It didn't have any combat at all. Or, I guess it did have a little bit of combat, didn't it? But the combat felt, if there was combat, I don't think there is. But if there was, it felt less as well. But, Bloodlines is supposed to be more combat and it's got more powers you can use and stuff. But my problem always has been when I was like reading it, it's the fact that it's a problem that they have when they're making Vampire the Masquerade games. They always don't want to put all the clans in, and they always want to nerf some of the clan stuff. And it's just upsetting.
Tell me about the Wet Boot Boys, Archer. I want to know more.
We were there for the families and each other. It was us against the world. We were vicious, tough, even cruel. But we were united.
You sound like you were some kind of radical union member.
Yes, nowadays the communists and gangs squabble over pointless territory. Sounds stupid when you say it out loud.
Well, like the biggest problem with Bloodlines, for example, is the fact that there are certain vampire abilities that are just so goddamn powerful, which is what you want to be. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, when you think about being a vampire, you're like, oh, eventually I want to be this thing that just runs around and just takes humans and just fucking rips them in two. Same with, like, they made a werewolf game that was based off the same system. And it's the same freaking problem. Is that you just want to be able to just run up to a certain being and just rip them in half. Like, I understand having other beings that are strong as you. You don't want to have everything just super weak. But it's just like, I wish that there was certain enemies that would just be like easy to rip apart. Like, I think it'd be just so cool. Like, just to be at this badass vampire or this badass werewolf or this badass thing that just walks up to like normal people and just rips them apart.
Why did your son really join the Guard of Priwen?
If I believed in a higher power, I'd see this as punishment for my own sins. I deserve it for all the young men I enlisted back in the day.
You don't believe in God, though, do you, Mr. Woodbead? So why did he join?
Now I think about it, Andrew joined the Guard, not to defy me, but to follow in my footsteps, to make me proud.
So your son has left you nothing to explain his actions? No letter or message?
Not even a note. I'm a proud man, Dr. Reed, but I would kneel and pray if I thought it would give me my Andrew back.
I think I know what you're talking about this combat being lackluster.
Goodbye.
And I think the whole thing is the fact that, yeah, like with me, I can only use 2 moves. So, like, the idea is, like, you can only... Well, you can't even look at them, for frick's sakes. That's one of the other problems. But you can only You can only have 2 abilities active and a special. So it's like, you're just swinging your sword around, and then you basically use an ability. Like, once or twice.
You should have talked to me.
It would have been cool if you could use all of your abilities. I think it's where my thing is. Like, I think that's always been one of my problems is, like, you have so many cool abilities, but you can only use, like, 1 or 2 of them. Like, in general in games. And there's not a lot of abilities. Yeah, basically, it's a one-handed or a two-handed weapon. Yeah, basically. You're very much right about that, too. Why did I come here? There was something I was going to check. Whatever. Yeah, they simplified it, it feels like.
We don't need no wars to worry us. People are dying here right on the streets.
I don't know, it's always been like kind of one of those things where it's like certain games do just have that problem. They're a really good game. Like, I do enjoy this game. Don't get me wrong. It needs extra stuff, but it's not a bad game. But the problem is that they'll probably never make another game. So how do I get down there? What the hell? Okay, there's how I get down there. Okay. And then there's like so many games that are like, it's just crazy. Oh no, I cannot go down that way. Okay, so that must be from that one room. Okay, well, I'll leave it alone for now. The thing I was going to say is the fact that there's also then certain games that are just like clones of each other. A great example of that is like Dying Light / Dead Island. Those are just basically, they are copies of each other because it's actually Dying Light, or sorry, Dead Island was made. And then the company's like, oh, we don't want to make a second one. So the guy that was actually making it left. And he went to a different company and made one called Dying Light. And now they're about to make Dead Island 2. The original company with the original writer. Okay, so this is actually bugging me. I'll have to look up both these things. Where to get the necklace and where to... where that one guy's key goes. Okay. First, let's go here. Vampyr. Oh. Okay, I have to go way back there. Okay. That answers that question. That's why I can't find that. At least. The next one is... a simple... token. Of whatever love. Cool. You get after talking to him around the southern edge of the docks. he asked you to find the necklace that he lost. One that he did to give to his mother. Okay. Okay. Start by meeting him in the southern edge of the docks, facing the pier. Blah 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 blah. Okay, let's go down there. I cannot pull up my weapon. Which is not great because apparently... Oh, there we go. Oh, hello.
This is a slaughterhouse. From Seymour to my beloved mother Stella. Fishburne, that sneaky bastard. It's locked. Good evening, Mr. Fishburne.
Yeah.
I have retrieved the gift for your mother, sir.
Great. Give it here then and take this for your trouble.
I also found the corpses. The ones under which you left the necklace, Mr. Fishburne.
Ah, so that's where I left it. I can be a bit stupid sometimes.
As a man of science, I'd like to try to understand why you killed those people.
Why does there need to be a reason? They were just there. It happened. That's all.
You're not a mindless animal, Seymour. Surely you have something to say about these murders. Speak up and I will listen without judgment.
Could be right, Dr. Reed. Maybe it'll do some good to confide in a gentleman like you. You being educated and all.
Okay.
Tell me about your victims, Seymour. Who were they? Why them? Was there a link?
Why should there be? They just kept getting on my nerves at the worst times, that's all.
How many? How many victims?
It's not like I keep records. It happens when it happens.
You feel nothing, do you? No empathy for your victims at all?
You seem pretty calm yourself, don't you?
We're not talking about me.
That right? Well, our calm's the only thing we have in common then.
Did you take pleasure in killing them, Seymour? All those people, all those lives extinguished.
I take no pleasure from it. Just gives me peace. Stills the anger. For a time.
This rage you feel, have you ever been able to control it? Resist it?
I tried. For my mum, I tried for her. Telling the truth made me feel better. For a while.
Don't you think you should seek help? Talk to someone you trust, someone who cares about you.
No. And don't dare speak about me to your colleagues either. Keep your mouth shut tight. Especially about my mum.
Why is your mother protecting you, Seymour?
I'm her son. She's the only one who knows me. Sometimes I think she knows me better than I know myself.
I understand you love her, but can't you see the awful situation you've put her in?
Do you think my mum would have a better life if I were dead? She seems so sad to know me sometimes.
I understand your mother's situation. Obtaining justice at the
Oh,
price of
I'll be a
betraying your
monkey's
own
uncle.
flesh. It's quite a dilemma.
It might be my mum's wish that I end up swinging from a hangman's noose. But she wouldn't want to be the one who ties a knot round my neck.
Well, thank you, Jim the Dragon, for the follow. Is there anything else I need to do with you? Yes, okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
Leave you for now, though. Okay. Let's go talk to his mom.
Good evening, Mrs. Fishburne. May I come in, please?
Let me in.
Of course. Dr. Reed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably going to be streaming for another, like, 45 minutes or so, so.
I'm not sure the epidemic is what worries people most these days.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
What can I do for you, Dr. Reed?
Do you have any...
I heard you...
Aunt?
I don't care about that one. Oh.
Your son's gone way beyond simply bullying people. He has a taste for blood, and you know it, don't you, Stella?
One night, he told me straight up, in his own words. It was several days after one of his... episodes.
Why did he confess? Did you suspect something?
No. I guess he wanted his old mum to help him fight his, demons.
Did Seymour tell you everything that night?
More than I could stand. The words he used to describe his hate, his rage, how he feels when he's done it.
Tell me about these demons Seymour needs your help to fight.
Seymour used to be such a happy child, and he is still a helping son most of the time. But when he gets angry, he can hardly contain his rage.
All men and women are born innocent, Mrs. Fishburne. But there can be a monster within any of us.
Do you think he can be cured, Doctor? Do you think something can extinguish this rage inside my Seymour?
Science has only just begun to investigate the mysteries of the human mind. Currently, we have more assumptions than fact.
There ain't no hope then. Somehow, somewhere, my son has turned into a monster, and nothing will bring him back.
Stella, I know you are ashamed of your son's crimes. So why do you protect Seymour?
I can't report my own son, can I? Not a burden I could bear.
Burden? How do you mean?
They'd hang him for sure. I won't send my only son to his death.
I understand your pain, but you cannot mother him forever.
If someone ever found the courage to speak to the police, I will take my share.
Okay.
Goodbye, Mr.
Tempting
Fishburne.
to eat her.
Take care of yourself.
But I won't yet. I won't yet. Tempting, though. Ah, she's still got one more thing that she can actually give me, so. Okay. I think next is to the hospital. I think next place I'm going to is the hospital. Oh, I think I can actually upgrade my one weapon. That's what I was trying to do. I think I already did, though. That's okay. I'll have to look at what achievements are left to for this game. Okay. Fire that. Is this something I can open? Yep. Cool. Okay, you're both dead. Springs and stuff. Oh, I never checked to see if that thing actually brought me to another place. You know, whatever. I'll eventually look into it. Or forget.
The pain. It's here again.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening.
How close are
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
So do you let her...
And why not? She's only...
She could...
And it's enough...
You...
In a...
Yeah.
Goodbye for...
I'm looking for something here. There's something here that I can influence or mess with or whatever. There's someone that went missing. No. Okay, so whatever this is, it's just...
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Doc.
Okay, nothing there. Okay.
Goodbye now.
Trying to see if there's anyone that I can talk to that's going to give me something new.
Good evening.
I need blood, Doc.
Oh no, there was something there.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
I'll leave you, Mr.
Hey. Just make sure there's something there. Maybe it's upstairs. Maybe it's on the desk. Let's check the desk first. What the heck? Did I just mix up the word first and desk first? It's a first desk. It's a first. And oh, it must be something with him. Swansea.
Hello, Jonathan.
Tense.
I'm sure
What can you tell?
Oh. All the...
I don't care.
No.
Did you...
Well, actually...
Perhaps we...
What a beautiful...
What?
Not a...
Tell...
The founder...
I shall
Yeah, that was all it was. Just talking to him. Okay. Okay, let's go make sure all my stuff is good. Weapons wise, and then we will go and do a couple more side missions. I think it's like figuring out where that one girl's house is and oh right, stupid clothes. Fuck, I forgot that's what that did. Crap. I don't like the look. Yeah, I actually did. I already did that. Okay, so this one. There. And then this one. There. Okay. And then I think for giggles purposes, I may just upgrade, like, everything to level 2. Because there's no use for any of this material. So if I slowly upgrade everything. At least I'm using the material in some form, fashion, or way. So her dagger absorbs blood. It's not nearly as good as... Oh, no, it is. Never mind. I was going to say it's not as good, but it is better. Upgrade that. Upgrade this. Excellent. Now we're going to go back and do it all over again. Cool. Not sure why you're telling me about it, but I'm glad that you are. This weapon cannot be upgraded any further. Okay. Yeah, I think it's weird that the Xbox does that now. Where it's like, oh yeah, hey, there's games on sale. Especially when you're playing a different game. It's like, okay, thanks. I'm dealing something here. Okay. They don't have enough tiny stuff. That's okay. Because it's not extremely important that I level these up. These are just all for funsies. So if I run out of parts, I just don't level any of them up anymore. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, that's the end of that. Okay, yep. Just double check. Yep. And then I cannot level this one up any further. Nope. Okay. Okay. Next I will see if this actually tells me where to find the other items. Nope, just where to bring it. Alright, do I have more? Do I have more and just not know about it? Texan, okay. So Texan, whatever. I'm not seeing any more besides that one. Okay. Well, I'm going to quickly look that one up as well. Vampire. Occult. Okay. You find the text. Jesus. Yeah, okay, cool. That's not just like tells me like the generic like, yeah, you're supposed to find the text and bring it to him. Cool, where are they? I'm gonna read a different site. The second one is in there. Okay, yeah, that's fine. The second one is roughly... Jesus. Here. Wow, that was awful. I was like just trying to go soft and it's like, nope.
Horrifying epidemic.
Okay. I wonder if I already got the note, and that's why it's telling me to bring it back, but...
There's one of them. Get your weapons ready.
I am unsure.
It's a killer.
Okay, you're all dead. I hope I get at least a decent amount of experience before I nap again. I would like to actually be at like something stupid for my experience points. That way I can make sure that I can get most of my stuff done. Okay. About 300 that way. Actually, while I'm also doing this, I should actually switch my thing to one of these two things. That way when I get closer to them, I actually know. Higher. Not sure how to get higher. Not yet, at least. Oh, yeah, it's you. I don't care about you. Right now, at least. Okay. We're going this way. Do one of you guys have it?
I'll take it. Too fucking rude. Die, vermin.
Feels like the guy that has it's someone that's up there. So the question is how do I get up there?
I cannot enter.
And the problem may be it may be something I have to wait on. I always hate that about certain games where it's like, oh yeah, you can't go here yet. Like, well, why make it like look like I can go there? Why put something there if I can't go there yet? Just makes you want to go there. Yeah, just put me in a circle. Yeah. Yeah, there's no path. Looks like up. Oh, right there. Right there. Never mind. Whee. I'm trying to look for that. Cool. Got a new gun. Okay, going downstairs. There's nothing here. Little container there. Cool. Ching. Okay, back upstairs. Head up to the dress shop. Okay. Okay, just making sure there's nothing I'm missing here.
More Braille. I should bring this to Mason Swanborough.
Okay, so that's done. So the next one is here. I can remove that, but yeah, it's roughly about there. Okay, so we'll go there later. I'm gonna go try figuring out this house situation thing. Okay, let's go this way. I'm actually gonna check the map. Okay. So it is up here. Okay, yeah. So yeah, if I go this way, this should work. Okay. Could go down there, but that's... Oh no, that is the way I have to go, isn't it? This way? Yeah. I'm gonna go down this way because I'm pretty sure this is a dead end. Yeah. Okay, I've been here. Oh yeah, I think I've been here before. Though it could have been just something else that looks similar to that. Okay. I'm gonna go this way. Okay, and then we keep going down. And then back up. That's the girl that was fixing it. Yeah, rats. Okay.
I must go now.
This way. Okay. Nope, can't get into there. Nope, wrong button. Where's my zoomed ins? Yeah, it's there. Just there. Which, there's that. No.
Hello again.
This is
Jonathan, you're still up. Can't you just knock at people's doors during the day?
Sorry.
With the...
I'll tell you what. Come back tomorrow for...
It may be something I have to do after I break into her house. Unless I go through that door right there, but I don't think so. Or you want me to... I would love to jump up right there. But my ability doesn't let me. Yeah, looks like I may have to wait for this one too. Emily is missing? Yeah. Wrong button. There we go. Oh wow, it's way back there. Okay. Yeah, sure, we'll go back there. Yeah, you know what? Because I'm standing right here, let me just look it up real fast. Because it would be better if I just looked it up now and found out that, yeah, I do have to do something else. No, not that one. Okay, to complete the quest, you have to complete the Shadow Cabinet main quest in order to have mesmerized level 4. Okay. That is what the problem is. Okay. That's fun. Which is actually the next thing. Okay. Which I could do that first and then do everything else. Maybe. What is the... okay. Let's just read that one. This real fast. Vampyr. A journey to the past. Okay, so it would be... zoom in. It needs to be less grabby. It really does. Okay, I'll just go there. Yeah, those things need to be less grabby so I can actually put a marker down. But whatever. Yep, just go straight. And then I'm going to want to, I think, curve here. Yeah, looks about right. I am surprised I found that.
I had almost forgotten I applied for a position at Pembroke. It was so long ago.
Okay, so next I have to go to the hospital. Yeah. Okay. So we'll just ignore that for now. We'll go and complete this quest. Okay. We're gonna go into this building.
Do you know where you are standing right now?
In front of the Ascalon Club, I presume.
The Ascalon Club only summons or ostracizes. What is your business tonight?
I received an invitation. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reed. Please proceed. Lord Redgrave is waiting on you upstairs.
Jesus fuck, the amount of dead bodies here. You guys may want to clean that up.
There has been quite a battle here. I'm sure the Ascalon Club has the money to replace the furniture.
They don't keep a lot of money stored away, though. Ooh-wee. These guys are poor. History of the club. Okay. Was that guy an actual person, by the way? Guess I should have actually.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reed.
They just want to talk to me up. They just go in the wrong door. I may have just gone outside. I have totally just gone outside. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I came across this at one point. Okay. Go on this side first. Seeing how's the other side where they want me to. Oh, it's kind of key. B. So might as well go to the wrong side first. Again, doubt there's much here I want to actually acquire, but I should probably make myself some extra like medicine and stuff like that for giggles purposes. Oh. It was in the middle.
Good evening.
My good friends, if I may have your attention. Behold our visitor, the good Dr. Reed. Newborn of blood so pure and strong that even my friend Fergal Bansher was no match for him.
Here, here, here.
Come forward, young Ekon, for we have so much to discuss. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reed. I am Lord Redgrave, Earl of Bristol and chairman of this exclusive association.
Lord Redgrave.
At last we meet. I've been eager to make your acquaintance. I've heard some astounding things about you. Please accept my condolences for your loss, Dr. Reed.
Thank you, my lord. Lady Ashbury expressed your wish to meet me.
Yes. The lady has always been a useful acquaintance, though not always reliable. Is she a good friend of yours?
She has proved to be helpful on many occasions.
The centuries have taught me never to trust a woman completely, especially if she is a mortal. Too prone to emotions, if you ask me. Too fickle when it comes to important decisions.
My lord, do not expect me to speak ill of Lady Ashbury.
Of course not, and I praise your loyalty. Would you offer the same fidelity to the Empire?
What do you mean?
I speak of the Skull Plague that threatens London and the country. You have been on the front line in the East End. But the time has come to open up a second front here.
The epidemic has escaped the quarantine. You have new cases of the outbreak.
We don't know for certain, but we cannot allow the disease to threaten the prominent heads of Great Britain.
Why have you asked me here?
Because the crisis is escalating. Our enemies, the Garde Priwen, have even launched an open hunt. The only way to calm things down is to put an end to the epidemic.
You want me to find possible sources of the outbreak in the West End? Is that it?
Ah, straight to the point, like all eager newborns. We shall have time to talk about all this, Dr. Reed, but first, I should like to get to know you better.
Talk? Is that the only reason you asked me here?
Well, no. I also wanted to meet the intriguing Ekon, who made such a powerful progeny of his sister. You have not learned the name of your maker, am I correct?
No, I haven't.
Have no embarrassment, Dr. Reed. We all make mistakes. But whatever your lineage, you are definitely Ascalon material.
What do you mean?
I would like you to become a member of the Ascalon Club, and to serve me as such.
Before I accept, I have so many questions.
I don't have many questions. I just think I should probably do this.
What does it mean to be a member of the Ascalon Club?
It means that you swear to protect the interests of the Crown, that you become a loyal servant of the British Empire.
Do you have any official recognition from the government? A charter from His Majesty the King?
No. Of course, the Ascalon Club publicly supports the Empire, but the true nature of its members remains a secret.
Am I supposed to follow orders?
As founder and chairman of the club, I alone am entitled to make demands of our members, and I do appreciate obedience.
What is the Ascalon Club's express purpose?
We follow the credo of William Marshall, the greatest knight who ever lived. As was he, we are sworn to protect the British Empire.
What does Ascalon mean?
Ascalon was the lance wielded by St. George, glorious patron saint of England when he slew the dragon. And like that lance, we pierce the hearts of all our nation's enemies.
William Marshall founded the Ascalon Club.
Not exactly. William Marshall granted me immortality, and I founded the club a few years later. The good knight has been gone for so long.
I killed Fergal, who claimed to be one of yours, sent to cleanse the East End of all Skulls. Will his death be an issue?
Do not worry. My priorities have changed. Fergal was a zealous servant of mine, but like any servant, he had his limitations and is readily replaced if necessary.
Well,
I agree to join the club.
This is good news. Good news indeed in these crucial times. Let's inform the Assembly formally and proceed with your initiation.
My initiation?
Fear not. Nothing fancy nor dangerous. It is just that we, the members of Ascalon, believe that tradition and custom are the backbone of this country. My fellow members, dear friends, please gather and welcome this Ekon as one of our own.
Is he worthy? Is his blood pure?
Well, speak, Dr. Reed, in front of the most sacred blood. The blood of our beloved William Marshall, speak now. Will you serve and protect the crown as he did?
Yes, I will.
Then, young Ekon, it is time to testify with your blood. It is time to sign the Book of Allegiance. I know it's awfully gothic and a tad pedantic, but England's traditions are the backbone of our nation. Delightful. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reed. Take your place among the bearers of the lance.
One of us! One of us!
Man, those guys look carbon copies of themselves. Jesus crap. Oh, I definitely tried to call Tams. I'm pretty sure that's what this is.
That went well.
You have the make.
I was.
So why did you
Straight to the point again, young Ekon.
I'm listening, my lord.
According to my spies, you have worked with Dr. Edgar Swansea on the epidemic, and your findings were quite alarming.
Do you know Edgar Swan?
Not
Does it bother?
As long as...
I don't care.
Not
I don't care.
No, I'm...
No.
Will you...
Of course.
Yes, I'm convinced the recent invasion of frenzied Scals in London is directly linked to the epidemic. This is not the Spanish flu, but something else.
I would be glad to hear more of your discoveries, Dr. Reed, but for now, my main concern is the security of London's inhabitants, both mortal and immortal.
What do you mean?
Alarmed by the epidemic, the Guard of Prewen has started a war against us British vampires. To appease the situation, we must eradicate the Scals.
Scals are hostile vectors of contagion. That is a fact. But first and foremost, they are victims.
I agree, Dr. Reed. Most of the new Scals who roam the streets at night used to be good British citizens. But they must be put down nevertheless.
So, what do you want me to do?
I want you to investigate the city thoroughly. I have reason to fear there are cases of contagion in this part of town. Our absolute priority is to find and cleanse them.
And how would you like me to proceed?
By all means necessary, Dr. Reed. You are now a member of the Ascalon Club and you have carte blanche. Interrogate the locals, follow all the leads you find, and get results.
Foot outside until the Prewen end their hunt.
Man, I can't even talk
Good
to
evening,
carbon copy
Dr.
bulbs.
Reed. How does it feel to be this evening's centerpiece, figuratively?
It's quite unsettling. As a doctor, I am more used to being the observer than the subject observed.
Do not be alarmed. The Ascalon Club has a tried and tested policy for choosing its initiates.
May I ask who you are, sir?
Why would you be interested?
Well, as you seem to be the only man in the room with a beating heart, you draw quite a bit of attention yourself.
Ah, vampire senses never cease to fascinate me. They dwarf those of mere mortals. I am Aloysius Dawson, by the way.
Are you a member of the club?
Yes, I am. And I have been for many years. And will be until the day I die.
What can you tell me about it?
It's not really my place to give you such information. I am merely a mortal member. And a dying one at that.
Are you sick?
Personally, I consider my advancing years are a sickness in itself. My body is slowly abandoning me, Dr. Reed.
Are you not afraid? You are surrounded by vampires.
Sir, it's for that very reason that I joined the club in the first place.
Is not the nature of this club a secret shared by only a privileged few?
My dear Dr. Reed, I have spent years and a fortune precisely to gather that kind of information.
So you asked for membership?
I have been a member of many clubs in many countries. But I must admit, this one is my favorite.
What can you tell me about Lord Redgrave?
I would not dare speak of our chairman without his consent.
Mr. Dawson, of Dawson and Dawson, the wealthiest man in England. It is a pleasure to meet such a prominent figure of London.
A withering London figurehead, to be precise.
Are you sick, Mr. Dawson? I am a doctor, you know.
My case is beyond the scope of traditional medicine. I have spent fortunes on the world's most competent doctors to arrive at that diagnostic conclusion.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Should I suppose that you're here in search of some form of immortality?
Absolutely not. I'm here to implement my plan to save the city I was born in, to cast out the ghastly evil that has us all on our knees.
What do you know about the Guard of Priwen?
I should not say this, but I admire their commitment. This is what the nation needs right now.
But they are our enemies.
They are not mine, Dr. Reed.
Would you help them?
No. There is a time for such methods. But brute force will not be enough to fight this plague. We have to think differently.
What is the situation like in this part of town?
I am sure Lord Redgrave will enlighten you more effectively than I.
Money cannot solve every problem. This mysterious epidemic is going to require more than money can buy.
You're right. Money is nothing unless one has the will to wield it. I have a plan, sir. A radical one that will save all that is essential in London.
What is your plan, then?
Quarantine and barricades are futile. What we need is a wall. A formidable, unscalable wall to isolate the deserving from the infected masses.
This is an outrage. We shall chase these intruders down.
By doing so, you would create two separate ghettos. What if the disease gets past the wall? The results would be disastrous.
Not if we eliminate all suspected cases of infection as soon as they appear. A necessary sacrifice.
Are you not mistaking sacrifice for summary execution?
Why do you care? Are you not a vampire? Removed from all mortal concerns? Decisiveness is what the city needs, and it needs it now.
Wow, it actually kicked me out of that conversation, okay? Oh, I thought I said gold dagger for a second. I was like, wow, that's weird. No, good dagger. Where's the door to go downstairs? One of these? This one. Nope. Okay. Despite the fact that I have a key for it.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reed.
Okay. Break my own door downstairs. Don't think that's how it works quite. But it would be interesting.
I think Lord Redgrave just suggested I was sired by an ancient vampire.
Talk to you.
I'm infection. And where is...
West of the park.
Okay.
I must go now.
Hello again, Venus.
Jonathan, you're still up. Can't you just knock at people's doors during the day?
I'm sure you can spare me a few minutes. For old time's sake.
Of course you may enter, Jonathan. Know that you are always welcome here.
Do it.
But at this hour of night?
Okay. Taking everything from her first.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
I'm sorry for your loss too. Just like taking all of her money.
I remember when Mary came here with her husband and her son. They were such beautiful.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Venus.
So you returned from the war in one piece too?
How is the old rascal?
Probably outside, chasing ghosts and chimeras. Clarence has changed a lot since he returned from the war, you know.
How have you been since the last time we met? How long has it been? 3 years now?
I've done my duty, like all British women. You have no idea what it was like to wait for months without knowing if I'd still be a wife or a widow.
I understand. Luckily, this part of town has been saved from the worst of the bombings, from what I've seen.
Yes, and it's also true about the epidemic. The flu has killed here too, of course, but not on such a large scale as in other parts of town.
Have you noticed anything peculiar about the neighborhood recently?
You mean except for your return to town? No. Oh, and again, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences for your sister.
Thank you, Venus. It was so sudden. And I've been so busy, I haven't spoken to anyone about it.
I wish I could have assisted at the funeral, but you know, it's been so quick. And what with the epidemic in the streets?
There's no need to apologize, my dear. It's normal, considering the circumstances.
No, it's not. I am sure that Clarence has not even thought to present you his condolences. He is too busy with his penny dreadful stories.
Jesus, you were just bitter at your husband.
Why is my return so surprising?
It's more an unexpected happy end than a surprise. You and Clarence, back from the war. You have no idea how hard it's been for me.
Venus, why do you worry so much about your family's reputation?
Everyone laughs at Clarence now. And they avoid me because they believe I share his insane opinions. I'm a leper in my own community.
That was everything there? Yeah. Okay. Nothing there? Okay.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual?
The McPhersons. I heard they locked themselves in their own house.
They could just be afraid of getting sick.
Perhaps you're right. But if I were you, I'd pay them a visit. A big house, reachable through a courtyard, to the north of the railway bridge.
Okay.
Goodbye for now.
Let's go upstairs. Take everything else from her. One of them has a key for that. Deal with it later. Why can't I? Cool. So I can't get past the door. Oh. There we go. That's pretty fucking stupid.
No invitation is needed to enter this building. That can't be a good sign. No sign of a struggle. It seems Charlotte's friend knew the killer and let him in. Emily wanted to become a vampire. Something must have gone wrong. Someone is responsible for this mess. But who?
Okay. Okay, so that's that. I want to go to, this, and go to this, track it. Search the room.
Blood. I should follow the trail.
Okay. Following trail blood. Hey, what you doing?
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question.
I'm the Marquis de Bois-Colombes, and I strongly invite you to find your own game, sir.
I appreciate the invitation, but I'm here to solve the mystery concerning the death of a young woman killed by a vampire.
A young woman killed by a vampire? Oh, you're joking, right? Oh, I do love the British sense of humor.
How's this humor?
And who exactly are you?
I am Jacques-Michel Guillaume Florimond de Marquis de Bois-Colombes, at your service, my dear cousin.
The what? I'm pretty sure he just said he was like something of a broccoli.
You're French, but your English is quite good.
I was born in France, sir, but I consider myself a traveler of this world. So many countries, so many tantalizing tastes.
Dear cousin, are we related?
We could be of the same blood, my dear. I tend to consider all Econs as family, don't you?
What are you doing here?
I recently decided to visit London. I've always dreamed of visiting a city on the verge of collapse. Such a delicate, yet intense spectacle.
You take pleasure from others' misery.
I have been a totally depraved and immoral creature since the day I was reborn, sir. And probably before.
What do you plan to do here?
Take pleasure. Take pictures. Enjoy the show. Have fun. Believe me, I won't be the only foreign immortal who bought a ticket to the fair.
I followed the trail of blood from her room to here.
Oh, you're referring to that young woman. Yes, the meeting turned messy. I'm afraid I ruined my last redingote.
So you admit you murdered her?
I admit nothing, my good sir. I only regret the blood of that girl staining my clothes. Oh, blood can be so messy.
What happened?
She wanted to become one of us. Not the first time I have received such a proposal, but I must admit her direct approach tempted me.
And then what?
The body rejected my blood. It happens, you know, sometimes even with voluntary prey. At least her gurglings brought me some fun, until the artery burst.
I believe you, sir. Emily's diary confirms your statement.
Oh, Emily was her name. Quite charming. Well, mystery solved then.
Yes, I suppose so. You can go.
And so can you. Farewell, sir. May you enjoy the spectacle of this fallen city as much as I do.
Okay. Yeah, report to her about a missing friend. Okay. Okay, where the hell do I go from there? 110 away? That's not bad. And then, yeah, probably going to call it here in a moment. I was hoping that I can get done this mission and the other side mission. Please talk him.
Good evening, old chap.
I won't.
Clarence, why have you distributed leaflets about vampires all across the West End?
I have to warn everybody about them. They've killed thousands of people already, unnoticed thanks to the epidemic. We are all in danger here.
Vampires in London? Come on, Clarence. Who's going to believe that?
I'm not mad, Jonathan. You have to believe me. I know they are real. They're all around us, even as we speak.
Clarence, I'm your friend, so I'm not going to judge you. But think about your wife, your family. You're in pain, and you need help. I can help you.
I don't need a doctor, Jonathan. I need my best friend to trust me.
Okay.
Tell me what you have discovered about vampires, Clarence.
They've always been here. And if you search for long enough, you realize others know about these devils too. I'm not alone.
Have you shared your research with anybody else?
No. but I've published my leaflets all across the city, hoping that someday someone will realize I'm printing the truth.
What do you mean you're not alone? Who have you met?
The Guard of Prewin, the Brotherhood of St. Paul Stole, Ichabod Throckmorton. Those names always pop up when you dig deep enough.
Have you spoken with any of them?
No. With the quarantine, it's almost impossible to leave the West End. But as a doctor, maybe you could, Johnny.
Are you asking me to help you prove the existence of vampires, Clarence?
Yes, Johnny. Please, gather all the information you can find about vampires and bring it to me. You're the only friend I have left. I need you.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
Okay, let's talk to her again.
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed.
I have found out what happened to your friend, Emily.
I can handle the truth. There's no need to hide the bloody details.
Your friend was planning to become a vampire. She thought she'd met an honest one and made a deal with him. Unfortunately, Emily did not survive the process.
My mother told me many times about the risks of being turned. I often suspected she exaggerated the danger to avoid me being tempted.
No, the risk is real. Have you any idea what a body has to endure? To become an organism entirely consumed by its need to process and recombine blood.
I should never have talked to Emily about vampires. I never thought she'd actually try it without me. Thank you, sir. Here, take this for your discretion.
Cool.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual recently?
A few days ago, I spotted a strange house while campaigning for women's suffrage. Awful smell. No answer when I knocked.
Where is it?
It's the Mullaneys, a nice family who live in a big house near the park in the eastern part of this neighborhood.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure it just saved. So, I think that's where I'm going to end it. So, right here. Okay. Well, I do hope everyone enjoyed. I will be on probably tomorrow with another game. So, yeah. Hopefully you guys enjoyed them. And I will definitely just see you guys then. Until next time. Oh, I guess I should also tell you, if you want to check me out on YouTube and on Twitch, you can check me out on both of them under the username therelentlessundead. And if you want to, I have a Discord. It's linked below. You guys can check that out. Yeah. See you guys next time. Until next time.